Okay, let me do this also. Okay, we can start.
Okay. 1 second. I'm actually looking. Here we are. I wanted to get something too. All right. So thank you, Eric, for stepping in while Ricky is out of what is she on vacation? I forget what's she's on vacation, I think.
Actually, I don't know.
Yeah, I forget.
I don't know. She's busy.
Yeah, she's busy. Well, Ricky's busy, and that's great. I actually didn't realize, but so today I would like to share a video. It's a pretty short video. Before we go back to reading about the thought adjusters, I would like to share a video because I think you guys will find it very interesting. But before I play it, and then we can, I can stop and I mean you'll hear it in English, so you can translate, but I might have a few comments. So I'll play it, stop if I have any comments, and you can translate what she says and my comments if I have any. And
sure. It's
pretty short. So it's not that short, but it's not that long. So I've told, okay, let me say something first, because I was just thinking about it this morning. I've told you guys many times, because of questions you've asked and stuff, that I'm not channeling. I don't even think anyone should be channeling. I think there might be a couple people who actually are doing it and are doing it well, but I think we should be really careful with stuff like that. And the Urantia book says that also. It says,
let me translate.
Oh, I forgot, completely forgot.
I know, I also forgot. I think we're just talking. 所以刚才海底是说，大家之前常常问他问题，然后他也一直强调说他并没有在做通灵，他的回答就是根据他个人的意见，然后他也不鼓励通灵这件事情。OK。
But I did say that, when I talk about things that are important, and especially things of a quote religious nature, unquote, or spiritual God, I want to be guided by my thought adjuster. When I talk to anyone about anything, and I know you have to translate about anything important, I just want to make it clear that I'm not saying I'm being guided by my thought adjuster. Everything I say to you guys, it's not like that at all. I'm just like any one of you who I hope I am.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I am sometimes a little bit, but who knows?
就是海底刚才就强调说，他重要的就是说，当他谈论到这种重要的事情，像有关宗教的本质啊，或者有关神啊、神灵，就是神灵这种事的时候，他希望得到他思想调整者的帮助的指导。可是就是说，他是这么希望，可是他到底有没有得到，他也不是很确定。就像我们每个人都一样，我们都希望得到思想调整者的指导，可是我们都不确定到底有没有得到这个指导。
Yeah, okay. I mean, because I want to, in no way would I say, hey, if I say, hey, I'm being guided by a thought adjuster when I talk to you, I may as well be channeling if I say something like that. That's the same difference.
还有就是说，如果他今天告诉我们说，他刚才讲的话是得到他思想调整者的引导的话，那么他就跟那个通灵的就是几乎没有两样了，因为我们基本上是不可能知道的。
Sometimes we've talked about this. Sometimes in life you do hear a voice. Don't go there. Call this person. Or even I've even heard a voice actually talk to me a couple times. That's different. Then it is your your thought adjuster, or Jesus, or your guardian angel, someone, you know, it's not you. It's not even anything you would think or say. That's different. But in these sessions, that, believe me, that's not happening.
我说就在有些情况，我们很多人也许有这种经验，就是我们的确听到某些声音，就是告诉我们打电话给谁啊，或者不要去哪里，不要去那里啊。这些就是有可能真的是你听到你的思想调整者，或是你的守护天使跟你说话。可是就是在我们这个读书会里面，他确定就是这件事并没有发生。
And I also believe that especially as you get older and when you pray or commune with God, you can have conversations. I do believe that many people, including me, do that. But it's not, with me, it's not crystal clear. I couldn't say, I know, it just happens. But I would never say, I know for sure. It's a very personal thing, and it's a very I wouldn't say for sure that I know for sure it's happening. You just feel it's happening.
就是我们每个人都会有都是会祈祷啊，或者跟所谓你的自己的神沟通啊，就是大家都会做这种事情。可是包括他，就是海底，包括他在内也会做这种事。可是我们没有办法100%确定他就是这件事真的正在发生。就说这是一个非常个人的事情，就是你个人的感觉，就是他没有办法完全跟你说就是这样发生了。
Yeah. So for all intents and purposes, and for the record, this is just me talking off the cuff, improvisation, and I do think a little about it ahead of time, and I do sometimes make notes, and sometimes I actually stick to the notes, sometimes I ignore my notes.
就说他想要就是告诉大家说，这个是他个人在跟大家讲话，然后他当然他其实会做一些笔记啊，然后虽然他有时候并没有完全依照他的笔记在告诉我们。
Okay, and also, okay, so that's clear. And now I want to talk a little about when the video ends, it would be nice to get right to the reading. So I wanted to talk today a little bit about prayer. So I may as well do it first before we watch the video.
Oh, before watching the video?
Yeah, I may as well do it now. So then when the video ends, we can get right to reading.
OK， 就是我们今天大概的流程，就是说我们先会讨论就是祈祷这件事情，然后接着会看一个影片，然后这个影片就是之前玉兰下基金会就是参与这个之前就是这个论坛这个一个女士，然后之后我们会读100就是思想挑战者。OK，
we've talked about it a little before.
You mean prayer?
Yeah, you can say that. We've talked about.
我们讨论，我们之前有讨论过一点点的祈祷。
And we'll probably talk about it again.
然后我们现在会再讨论一下。
So the Urantia book talks about prayer and worship as two different things, and it also does mention a kind of the word. It does also use the word communion. Maybe not quite how I use it, but it does use that word.
就是玉兰下这本书提到了这个祈祷跟敬拜这两件事情，他们就是两件不同的事情。然后他也有用到这种就是所谓的交流，虽然这个交流玉兰下上面的用词可能跟海里他自己所用的这个交流这个意思可能不太一样。
I think the best way to think of worship is to think of things like praise and gratitude.
他说讨论到敬拜这件事，最好的方式就是说你在思考一些关于赞美跟感恩的之类的事情。
Praise and gratitude can also just be like a general Thanksgiving, like that's what we do on the holiday of Thanksgiving. we just feel praise and gratitude in general.
就是感恩跟赞美，就像美国有这个感恩节一样，就是件就是一般日常会做的一件事情，就对，就是我们感到感恩跟赞美这样。
I mean, so praise and gratitude can be very casual, and it can also be more formal.
感恩跟赞美可以非常就是随性的、随意的，也可以是非常正式的。
I think the ultimate goal for all of us is to incorporate a measure of gratitude into our everyday life 24/7. Ultimate goal.
我说，对我们所有人来讲，这个最终的目的，应该是目的就是说，把这个感恩融入我们日常的生活。当然，不过当然是一个非常最终的一个目标。
And if we had to choose one word to guide us through this life that would increase our health and happiness and closeness to God, I would say that word would be gratitude.
我说，如果我们要用一个字来引导我们度过我们这一生，就是增加我们健康啊、幸福啊，然后跟神的一些亲密程度的话，他觉得这个字可以就是感恩。
So when you allow yourself to just be, completely overwhelmed and fused with, maybe awe, maybe gratitude, maybe praise, maybe thankfulness, and maybe a kind of grace, I would say that's probably what they mean by worship, or close to it.
他说，当我们把自己沉浸在这个就是这种感恩啊、赞美啊、感激啊，或是一种恩典当中的时候，他认为这可能是非常接近我们所谓的这种敬拜。
Near-death experiencers. Now I'm always talking about near-death experiences because I'm fascinated by them and I've learned a lot from them.
他说他总是提到这种濒死体验，他说因为他非常非常对这件事着迷，然后因为他从中学到了很多东西。
But I pick and choose which ones I take seriously.
但他也不是每个都着迷，他也是会选择哪一个他会非常认真的选择他所要听的。
I think they're all real for the people who experience them.
他觉得这些人讲的都是真的，就是都真正经历过的。
But I'm not sure that their experiences are real for the rest of us necessarily.
不过他说他不确定这些人经验对我们来说是不是真实的。
Because some of them go to hell, and some of them talk to Jesus and he says there is no hell.
因为有些人讨论这个所谓的地狱，可是耶稣有说事实上是没有地狱的。
And some of them, not many, but a couple of them talk about reincarnation, and they don't. It's funny because it's just like when Abraham Hicks talks about it. They get very vague when they talk about it, and I'm not so sure they actually ever quote Jesus or their guides talking about it, but somehow they incorporate it into their near-death experience, that they come away believing in it. But they I think those same people believed in it before they had the near-death experience. Also, I think.
他说，不过有些人就谈论到轮回，就像那个亚伯拉罕 Hink， 就是那个吸引力法的那个作者，他也谈论到轮回，就是很多人把轮回跟他的这个濒死体验融合在一起。不过海里是认为说，这些人在他有濒死体验之前就谈论了轮回了。
So what I have come to believe about near-death experiences, A, they are definitely customized. Each near-death experience is customized for what you need at that time in your life. That's one thing.
他认为这个濒死体验就是有几个特点。第一个特点就是说，它一定是根据每一个人都不一样的，它就是根据你当时的情况，等于是为你特制的一个濒死体验就对了。
The other thing I've noticed is that everyone who has them seems to change. It changes them, and they look at life differently after they have it.
第二个特点就是说，每个人有过这个濒死体验之后，都会对他们的生活都做出了一个很大的改变。他们就是对这个生命看起来以不同角度来看。
And remember, I had one also.
就是说，海里说，大家要记得，他也有过这种体验。
I just haven't told that story yet.
他只是还没告诉我们他的故事。
I want to keep you coming.
他说那个目的是说让你一直期望听到这个故事，所以就会一直来上课，对不对？We don't need that, we will come.
It's a teaser. It's a teaser.
而是这种像是引诱你们的东西，就对了。
So the other thing is, what I try to notice about them is the things they have in common. That's what interests me the most. There are certain things that almost all of them have in common.
而他特别感到兴趣的是，因为几乎每个濒死体验都有非常类似的地方啊，他对这种类似的地方、相同的地方非常非常感兴趣。
When they're actually given the ones, not all of them, but about half of them are actually given a tour. Most of them. I didn't have this, but most of them have a life review. You know what that is, Eric, right? A life review?
Yeah. Watch your own video, something like that.
Yeah. And they're always exactly alike. So that's something. The things that they all have in common are the most important things, because those are the things you can say, okay, that's probably real for all of us.
他说，因为如果是谈论濒死体验都提到相同的事情，你大概就可以知道那些大概我们每一个人当有濒死体验的时候都会遇到。那他说，大部分人最多谈论到的就是说有那种生命回顾的意思，就是你就会在濒死体验中体验到这个生命回顾，看你过去的一生这样子。
And I think the things that affect them the most deeply are the fact that they feel for the first time in their lives. This also didn't happen to me. Mine was quite different than most people's, but for the first time in their life, they feel so loved by God, so loved. That's one thing.
海里就是说，刚才我忘了提，就是海里说他个人是没有那个回顾的那个体验，然后他说另外一个大部分人有的体验就是说，他们在这濒死体验中都会感受到非常强烈的爱，就是被丧父给予的强烈的爱。不过他说他个人也是没有这个体验。
And they feel that they are personally known by either Jesus, God, or their angels. They usually either meet Jesus, God, some kind of guardian angels or angels, and sometimes they meet a combination of those three. And sometimes they also meet relatives who have died before them or people they have known. That's rare, more rare, but very often they meet either God, Jesus, angels, or you more often some kind of combination.
他说濒死体验他们每个人都有一个类似的经验，说他们好像就是神非常非常知道他们，就是好像有那种个人的关系就对了。他们通常会碰到就是有3个最常就是碰到耶稣或是神或是他们的守护天使，然后有时候会看到他们过去过去的亲戚，对不对？已经去世的亲戚，然后或是就是会碰到这3种不同的组合就对了。
And they are amazed by how well they are known.
他们就是对自己是这么样的被这些神灵所认识，非常感到惊讶。
And I did experience that, but later in a dream, I met Jesus in a dream years later after my near-death experience, and I did experience that feeling of being known also.
艾迪说他在他的濒死体验中间是没有遇到这种事，不过他说在他濒死体验之后的几年内，他在他的梦中就是有梦到他被就是耶稣非常就是耶稣非常认识他，就是他有体验到。
Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
The other thing that really changes them, for those who have a life review, and most of them do, that really changes the way they look at life after that.
他说有那种生命在濒死体验里面有过生命回顾的人，就是非常就是对他们的一生会得到一个很大的改变。
So then when they get a tour of what we would call heaven, the Urantia would call their tours of what they usually think of as heaven correlates to what we read about in the Urantia book as the Morantia world. Seems like the same thing.
就是这些濒死体验的人，有时候会被类似有一种那种参观的旅程就对了。那他们对这个旅程的描述，就是所谓他们认为的天堂，就跟玉苒厦之书提到的宅下世界是非常像，几乎是一样的这样子。
And when they give detailed descriptions, it seems to correlate perfectly with the Urantia book. How the Urantia book describes these Morantia worlds.
当他们仔细的描述这些详细的时候，他们就是跟玉苒厦提到的宅下世界是非常的吻合的。
I think that there's a something very cosmic and supernatural is happening in these near-death experiences, because they're leaving their body and they're leaving one realm, and then they're suddenly in a spiritual realm. And I think that they're having a cosmic experience that I think in a way they might confuse that cosmic experience with what actually happens after death, whereas the Urantia book explains that after death we're born and and we live a life, we have so it's I don't think our next life is going to be a total cosmic experience. I think those are just things that happen when you're lucky enough for them to happen, but I don't think they necessarily realize. They may think their whole life is going, they're always going to be sitting around with God and Jesus hanging out, and I don't think it's going to be that way. He said they may get a little confused by that.
就是大致上就是说，这些濒死体验的人，他们就是因为遇到这种所谓超自然的现象，他们从我们这种物质性的身体，就他们突然转换成这种灵质性的身体，所以很多事情他们可能就是搞到有点混淆了。就像我们读过《玉苒厦之书》的话，我们大概会知道说，我们死后会在宅下世界醒来，然后，所以我们可能不会像他们这样的混淆就对了，因为他们是等于是第一次碰到这种超自然现象，他们就是有点这种宇宙经历来讲，对他们来说是非常困惑的一件事情。
But it's still going to be so wonderful there. It's so incredible that I don't think they'll be disappointed when they get to the next life.
因为他这经验是非常美好的，所以他们就是绝对不可能对这个濒死经验是感到失望的。
Okay. Now, one thing that I've seen a lot lately, that really mystified me was a number of different people, quite a few already, have said that they They hear the flowers and the grass singing.
我说最近You mean on Earth right now?
No,
You
no,
mean
in their near-death
near-death,
experience.
right?
Yeah.
Oh.
No,
That's
I
what-
mean, I try on here right now, but I'm not hearing it.
So some people tell 他说最近他常常听到就是这些濒死体验的人，共同讲一件事，就是说他们听到这个花草树木在唱歌，就是他最近常常听到这些人讲。
And that has really intrigued and mystified me.
他说这非常引起他的兴趣，然后他觉得非常非常的困惑，就对了。
Because I'm thinking, how on earth could grass sing?
因为他说
Well, I shouldn't say how on earth, because it's not on earth. How the heck could grass sing?
大意就是说他就是感到很困惑，因为他觉得怎么可能这些花草树木会唱歌？
So I'm sharing because the last a recent one that I watched was the first one that kind of explained that.
他说他提到这个原因是因为他最近看的一个濒死体验有解释为什么这些花草树木在唱歌。
And she explained that the grass and the flowers and the plants in this near-death experience on this other world were of such a frequency, that it was, when you get to a certain frequency that's so tuned into God, there's some kind of singing or music in that frequency. So that was like, it's still very mysterious, but that was better than me thinking that grass had little mouths and little vocal cords. I couldn't wrap my head around that.
他说那个人的解释说，这都完全跟频率有关。他说，因为那些花草树木在这些不知道在哪个世界里面频率是非常非常高，也许是接近那种神的那种频率，所以就是频率高到最后，他们可能会发出一种声音。他说，这就虽然这种频率的声音对海里来说还是非常非常的困惑，不过他至少解释了说，哦，原来不是花草树木有嘴巴在跟我们一样，人类在唱歌，是完全跟频率有关。
So when she heard the singing, she understood how it was happening with this higher frequency thing.
所以当那位女士听到他们在唱歌的时候，她就是知道这些都是因为跟高频有关的。
Now the life review is, I've explained this before, but I think it's important. The life review is usually takes place in some kind outside of time. You can see, 50 years in a second, or you can see multiple things at the same time. It sort of takes place outside of time as we know it.
So you say you have an experience? I thought you say you don't.
No. I mean, I'm describing I didn't have a life review.
Okay.
I'm describing all their life reviews are the same. They're always exactly they might be shown different. Like some might see it on a little screen, some might see it in a huge IMAX theater type of thing. They're presented differently, but they're always exactly the same.
他说这个濒死体验就是说，不管他在多大多小荧幕展现，他们同样的共通点就是说，他可以在1秒之内，可能你可以看到过去50年你的生活，或者你可以同时看到很多画面，就是这是完全超越这个时间的限制的。
So they all of them, when they see an actual scene that took place in their life, they can feel, and they can feel what they felt. They can think, they think what they thought, they feel what they felt, but they also can feel what whoever else was in the scene felt, and hear the thoughts of each person too. So they can be inside them and everyone else in the scene, or anyone who is affected by this little scenario they're witnessing, because they're witnessing scenarios. They're not seeing their whole life. They're all witnessing specific scenes that either they did something good that maybe changed them or affected other people in a good way that maybe they weren't even, very, very often they weren't even aware of it, like consciously that it was a big deal. But for the celestial world, it was a big deal. Or something that hurt someone or did some harm. And again, very often they're not aware of it. They're not even aware of it. But now they're feeling the feelings of whoever they hurt or harmed, and it affects them so deeply when they revisit these. Sometimes they're just a casual comment they made to someone.
他说在这个生命回顾的时候，他们看到的是一个一个的场景。那这个场景他们不是光看到自己而已，他们可以感受到这个场景里面所有牵涉人的所有的想法感受。所以说他可以知道这件事发生的时候，别人是怎么想，别人是怎么感受的。所以说有些，不过在当下你是无意识的，就是当那个场景在你真正地球上发生的时候，你是没有意识到那些每个人的感受。可是在这里你可以看到感受到每一个人的感受，即使你当初只是说了一件很小的一句话，别人的感受在这里都可以看得到。
So it's amazing how deeply words can hurt other people, and how unaware we are of the power of our own words.
所以他就是说，是非常非常的惊讶，就是说言语的力量是非常非常大。当你无意说一句话的话，对一个人的伤害会是非常非常的，会造成非常大，会造成非常深刻的伤害这样子。
I'll tell you,
不会意识到。
when they come back, they're much more careful about what they say to people.
I know. 所以当那些濒死经验人回到地球之后，他们就会非常非常小心他们所讲的每一句话，他们就会非常注意到每个人的感受。
So now then, prayer can be petitions. Do you know what I mean by you make a petition, like you ask for something, or for yourself or for others? It can be petitions.
他说祈祷可以是一种请愿，就是你要求某件事情这样子。
Or it can be really prayer. It can be anything. You're really just I think very often it is petitions, but it can be I mean it's just between you and God. You can talk to God. See, I think that once you start talking to God, then you go more into what I call communion. Then you're having like a conversation. So I think prayer is more like, it's not like a conversation. It's more like, here's what you have to say. And you're either asking, you could be thanking God, you could be asking God, you could be like, I pray for guidance. That's definitely prayer. I pray for guidance, and especially when I need help with certain things.
他说祈祷最通常的一件事就是类似这种请愿的性质，就是你想要什么东西。那这个当然你请愿过一阵之后，你就可能会变成你跟神之间的一种沟通就对了，就是一种对话，就是你会感谢上帝啊，你会感谢神啊。然后海里说他最常跟神的祈祷，就说他祈祷能够接受到指引这样子。
And the Urantia book says that every single prayer is heard and addressed. I want to say answered, but I think it might be better to say addressed, because it doesn't mean you'll get an immediate answer, but it means it was listened to, it was heard, it was filed, it was thought about, and something's, they are going to respond. Maybe not how you expect them to, maybe not as soon as you would like, maybe not in the way you like, but they will respond.
他说，每一个祈祷其实都会被 他本来想说被回应，可是他说回应，大家可能会认为说，我马上就会听到什么东西，所以他觉得不该用回应，就是说每个祈祷都会被处理，就对了，他们就是都有收到，都会处理。也许不是以你喜欢的方式，也许不是你在你希望的时间，不过每一个你的祈祷都会被收到，虽然不会马上回应给你。
You know, it could be like when a child sends, this may be a bad analogy, but when a child sends a letter to Santa Claus, maybe Santa Claus doesn't read it, but their parents read it. It does get read.
对啊，所以就像小孩子有时候在圣诞节通常都会写信给这个圣诞老公公，可是通常圣诞老公公是不会读到这些信，而是就是这些小孩子的父母会读到这些信。
And they usually even get some of those presents that they're asking for.
他们有时候就会得到这些礼物，就对了，是他父母处理掉了这样子。
Maybe not the way they think they're getting it. Do you guys all know? You all know about Santa Claus, right?
Yeah.
And that children write letters. You have to write a letter saying everything you want, and yeah.
Yes. 就说这些小孩有时候就是会写，他就问我们是不是知道，就是小孩子会写这种信，在圣诞节的时候祈祷会收到一些礼物这样子。
So a near-death experience video that I saw the other day that was very interesting. The lady said she was actually shown, she could actually see the prayers shooting up from earth in like energy. She could actually see them physically shooting up to heaven or whatever. So she said she could see the prayers physically coming from earth. She was shown that.
It must be a lot.
Yeah. But when you're in that state, you see things differently.
他说他这个濒死经验的这位女士就说，她在这个濒死经验里面，她看到很多从地球发射出来的一些祈祷，就是这些能量，就是她可以看到这些能量从地球射出来。
So sometimes, you know, a lot of people pray like help all the needy people, and you feel kind of foolish because you're like, I'm telling God to help people who need him, like he needs me to tell him that.
所以有时候
he knows who needs his help.
他说有时候很多人就是大部分都会祈求说，我需要身体健康啊，我需要什么各种东西啊。他说，可是有时候也会想说，神需要我告诉他吗？他应该完全知道我需要什么啊。
And then when you pray for yourself, you feel so selfish. You're like, there's billions of people in the world, and I'm asking God to help me. You feel very, very narcissistic.
所以有时候可能这个祈祷会就变成让你感觉有点自私，就对，就是全地球这么多人，然后你就要求神帮助你，所以有时候就是有点自私，有点自恋这样子。
But scientific studies have shown that when they take patients in a hospital, the one that everyone prays for actually heals. Now, listen, these are scientific studies I read. Maybe someday they'll be disproved. You know, I'm not saying they're absolutely true, but I read about them more than once. And they had people pray for certain patients, not necessarily ones they knew, but they conducted studies where a lot of people prayed for one patient, and they always saw a difference.
所以有些科学研究报告就是说，在医院里面，当祈祷的时候，就是也许你不是祈祷你认识的人，就是你可能很多人类似我们的集气就对了，很多人为某一个不认识的人集气祈祷，那就是根据这些科学的报道，就是至少是他说他读过蛮多篇是这样讲，不过他说也有可能这些报道之后会被推翻，不过目前他读的一些报道就是說，当你做这些祈祷，共同祈祷为这个病人祈祷的时候，这个结果是不一样的。
I wouldn't be afraid to pray for yourself you can think of it like this. First of all, we need all the help we can get.
他说他不会担心说为自己而祈祷，因为基本上我们所需要的东西，我们都应该可以祈祷就对了，我们可以得到。
Secondly, there are things that we try to do and we just aren't making much progress. You may be trying to stop drinking, or you may be trying to stop yelling at someone, or whatever your addiction might be. You may be trying whatever the obstacle is, you may be trying and not getting very far. In that case, keep praying, keep asking for help in that area, and you will eventually, it will help. They will. There's a whole kind of system that, of course, your God and is trying to help you, and your guardian angels, etc. But there's a big difference. If you ask for help, it opens up a door where they can give you more help. I'm sure of that in some way.
说我们可能常常有些时候我们非常努力的试某些事情，可是你就是没办法达成。就像你想要戒酒啊，或者你想要达成某件事情，你就是再怎么努力都做不到。这时候你也可以试着就是做祈祷然后海底是说，就是祈祷的话，就是多少会造成一些这个改变。就是当你发送给你的一些守护天使啊，或者神啊，就是等于是你开口要求了这个，打开了这扇门，就是要求接受帮助这个门就对了，然后他们就可以比较适时的提供帮助。
I mean, imagine if you had 5 children and they came home and they did their homework every day, and if you're letting them do the best they can, you're there for them. But if one of them says, I'm really having trouble with these math problems, will you please help me? Of course you're going to give them extra help. Of course you are. You're going to go to that one, the one who's asking, and you're going to help them.
他说，例如你有5个小孩，就是回家写功课，然后你当然就让他们自己写他们自己的功课。可是当有一个人可能就是，例如他数学就遇到一个很大的困难，然后他就举手说：“哎，请帮助我。”那你当然会去帮助这个小孩，就会因为他要求帮助，你就会特别去关照他，就对了。
So the law of attraction teaches us that we create our own reality. This isn't in the Urantia book, and I'm talking about I'm talking about near-death experiences, and now I'm on the law of attraction. These are my 3 favorite subjects.
他说他现在讲就是这个吸引力法则，就是我刚刚忘记，不过他大概就是说吸引力法则，你可能装上你的实相。他说吸引力法则，然后濒死体验跟这个玉苒虾是他最喜欢的3个主题，就对了。他刚才讲的是吸引力法则。
But when I pick and choose the things from the law of attraction and from near-death experiences that are complementary to the Urantia book. Everything I believe in has to be complementary to the Urantia book, because that is my standard.
他说，不管是濒死体验或是这个吸引力法则，他都是以他们来作为这个玉苒虾的补充资料，因为玉苒虾之书是他认为的一个标准，就对了，所有都是来补充这玉苒虾之书的。
So the law of attraction teaches us that we create our own reality. It doesn't. The law of attraction is really it has been validated with quantum physics. It has been validated by neuroscientists, who study the brain. There's many ways that the law of attraction has been verified scientifically. That in other words, your thinking changes your reality. That has been proven.
就是吸引力法则，我们都要知道，就是你的吸引力法则，就是我们的思想会创造这个实相。他说这个是已经被很多科学、量子力学或者是大脑神经科学都证实过了，就是说这些都是经过科学验证的，就是你的思考是会制造你的实相的。
But there's nothing in the law of attraction that contradicts the power of prayer.
我刚才就说这个吸引力法则跟所谓我们的刚才讨论这个祈祷并没有任何的冲突相矛盾的地方。
It's not really about prayer, but it doesn't contradict it.
Say again, sorry.
The law of attraction it's really not about God and prayer, but it doesn't contradict. Like an atheist can use the law of attraction to their benefit. I just think it's much more effective if you also use. I think faith is more important than the law of attraction, but if you're aware of the law of attraction, it's a fantastic tool to get us through our life because it emphasizes the power of your thoughts. And ultimately, I know it's a lot to translate, but I'm giving you the idea. Ultimately, that's what the thought adjuster is doing, the same thing, right? And we're about to read about that. It's trying to change the way you think. So they're the same thing. They're coming from different directions. One's more from God and one's more from science, but they're the same thing.
这个吸引力法则跟这个祈祷并不相同，就对了。不过就是说，就是类似，就像我们这个，就是改变我们的思维，都是改变我们的思维。就是我们玉兰下之书谈到这个思想调整者，然后虽然一个是从就是神这边来，一个是从科学这边验证，不过最终结果都是来改变我们的思想。
And many people who get into the law of attraction, they start noticing this strange synchronicity where just there's too many coincidences and all these incredibly synchronous things start happening all the time. You think something and you see it. You think something and you see it. You see something here, you see the exact same thing here. You think of a word that you hear someone say that word the next. All of these things that you cannot explain, and the same things happen when you start getting when your faith increases and you become the more you believe in God and faith and have that connection, the same things start happening. So there are two different ways of moving, but each one is ultimately changing your frequency. And ultimately, that's what we want to do. We want to operate on a higher frequency.
说这个刚才就讲到，刚才上一段有讲到信仰，不过等一下再会一起提到，就是说吸引力法则，就是说很多人会注意到这个同步性，就是说你想什么，你就会看到什么，你说什么或者你希望什么，然后就是什么东西就会在你身边就是出现就对了。然后他说这跟就是很多事情是你没有办法去解释的，那这跟你的信仰也有关，就是对了，所以你要坚定你的信仰就对了。然后当你坚定你跟上父的跟神的信仰之后，然后这种同步性就会开始发生。虽然一个就是从这等于是从两个角度来看这件事情，不过就是最重要是说我们最终都是一样，就是我们要改变我们的频率就对了。
So if you study the law of attraction, you start understanding the power of your thoughts and you start realizing that you create your own reality. But why not pray and ask for help doing that?
说你用你的吸引力法则，你的思想可以创造你的实相，然后可是你同时为什么不用祈祷来要求这个帮助？
And then there's communion, which is different than worship and prayer.
然后另外一个就是类似这种与神的沟通，它是跟祈祷跟敬拜是不一样的。
And now this isn't near-death experience. It isn't the law of attraction. It isn't the Urantia book. This is Heidi.
他说这个不是刚才
This is
说
just me. This is coming right from me.
他说这个不是从刚才说的，他不是从什么吸引力法则，也不是从凭死经验，不是从两下之书，是从海蒂他本身自己想出来的。
I think that the easiest and best way to get closer to God is now this is from the Urantia book. The Urantia book says share your life with God. Share your life. I think that's very, very key words.
他说这个还是从玉苒下之书，就是说分享你的跟神分享你的生活，这是非常非常重要关键的一点，对不对？
So I think what you should do is start thinking of Jesus or God or both of them and your guardian angels, whatever you feel comfortable. One day you may want to talk to one day you may want to talk to the other one, that they start thinking of them as your best friends because they are your best friends.
他说就是你要常常想，就是不管是神啊，或者是你的守护天使啊，或是耶稣，不管你对哪一个比较自在一点，你就想他们，你要把他们当成是你最好的朋友，因为他们就是你最好的朋友。
And what do you do with your best friends? You share your life with them. You tell them things. You let them in. You have no secrets. You share your joys. You share your sorrows. You let them in.
说你会跟你最好朋友做什么事呢？你当然是会跟他分享你所有的悲伤啊、快乐啊，你会让他进入到你的生活。
And you listen to them. You listen.
你分享的同时，你会听他们说话。
So, and you ask for their advice.
你会跟他们要求给你一点建议。
And you take their advice sometimes. When
你当然有时候会采取他们的建议。
So I think that this one lady who had a near-death experience, she's a very spiritual person, and she just said every morning, she says, "Good morning, God." Every night before she goes to sleep, she says, "Good night, God."
我说刚才那位有濒死体验的女士，她说她每天早上就会跟神说：“哎，神早安。”晚上就会跟说神晚安。
And I've said before, you can just go in a quiet place, out in a bathtub, in your bed, in your favorite chair, out in your garden. You can take a walk, you can go to the beach, and you can just sit down and say, "Hi, God," and have a talk.
我说不管你在任何地方，在床上，在浴缸，在海滩，出去散步，在任何时候，你都可以跟上帝问好，然后跟他聊聊天这样子。
Because everyone goes to God when they're desperate, when they think they're going to, when they're in a crisis. Most atheists will start praying to God if they think their child is about to die. They'll say, "I don't know if there's a God or not, but I'm going to pray just in case."
大部分时候我们是在我们绝望的时候才会去找上帝聊天，就是我们陷入某种危机的时候。他说，其实就算无神论者，他也不知道有没有神存在。当他小孩生病的时候，他也是会说神，请帮助我的孩子这样子。
It's natural to become very religious in a crisis.
他说很正常，在你碰到危机的时候，你就会变成非常的那种虔诚。
But I think that your best friends appreciate it when you talk to them when you're not in a crisis also.
说不过你的最好朋友会希望你在不是危机的时候也跟他们聊聊天。
It's kind of annoying to have good friends who only call you when they need something and they're desperate.
他说那也是令人感到很厌烦。如果你的好朋友只在他们有危机的时候才会找你。
And I also think that we forget to share our joys and our happiness with God also. And one of the things that God is particularly good at doing is reminding us of how far we've come and the things we should be grateful for. And things that we forget to look at because we're so obsessed with what we want, what we need, what we don't have. God is very good at helping us to sit back and look at how far we've come and what we have accomplished and what all the good that's going on in our lives. Really help us do that.
所以我们也应该经常跟神分享我们的喜悦跟快乐，就对了，不要只有在危机的时候才找到他们。然后神非常擅长的一件事，就是说他在我们非常执着于某件事的时候，他会适当的提醒我们，就是我们忘记的事情，他会适当的帮助我们，看我们在我们人生中到底走了多远，然后做了什么事，然后忘了什么事这样。
And that's a very effective and healthy exercise to start doing in your life on a regular basis, to remind yourself to sit down and think of where you were a year ago, where you were 5 years ago, to think about all the things you've accomplished, all the things you've received, all the things you've done, even how much better a person you are now than you were once. You know, there's things you used to do to people that you would never do now. It's really important to think about all that stuff because we tend to be too critical of ourselves.
说在我们生命中，我们定期的去回想我们一些事情是非常健康的帮助，就对了。就是我们可以坐下来想想过去1年5年发生了什么事情啊，我们完成了什么事情，我们做过什么事情啊，然后对别人做过什么事，你现在可能回想说我不会再做啊，然后就是经常去回想，然后你也不要对自己太过于苛责。
It also reminds us that we can see that many of our old dreams have already come true.
这种回顾也可以让我们常常看到，就是说我们曾经梦想的东西已经实现了。
And we can see that things that were just an idea that we either hoped for or planned actually happened, or we actually succeeded.
就是我们透过这种回顾，我们也看到说我们过去的一些想法或者是一种经验，我们事实上已经成功，已经达成。
And we should take the time to feel happy about all of that, all the good that's come to us and all of our accomplishments. We should definitely, and that happiness and that satisfaction leads directly to gratitude, which is the highest frequency we can have.
如果我们经常这样回顾，然后经常感恩，就是说我们完成的事情，那我们就是会感到等于是类似满足啊，然后成功啊，幸福啊，然后我们会进而达到一种那种感恩的频率。那这感恩的频率就是最高的一种频率。
Imagine that eventually you're so full of gratitude that how could you ever be depressed? How could you be sick? How could you be mean? If you had that frequency going, you wouldn't have room for that other stuff. It's a more powerful frequency. It overrides those other frequencies.
因为感恩这个频率是这么的强烈，所以当你充满了感恩这种频率的时候，你怎么会感到沮丧，或者你怎么会生病呢？所以你也不会再做一些什么刻薄的事情，对不对？就是当你达到这种感恩的频率的话，你的人生里面就不会再充满其他事情这样子。
So I think that we should all, and I don't do it enough, but I think that we should all pray and worship, but we should definitely start by communing. Have communion. Let God in your life. Let Jesus in your life. Talk to them. Just talk to them. If you can't hear them answer, it doesn't matter. They can hear you.
所以我们必须要经常做这种所谓的祈祷跟敬拜，但是我们也要经常做这种跟神的交流，就是经常跟神分享我们的生活，然后就是反正就是基本上跟神交流就对了。
Ask for help where you need it, and be thankful for everything you have. Period.
就是告诉神你需要什么，然后对你所有的事情产生这种感恩之情。
It's a good start.
是个很好的开始。
Now let's go to when the Urantia papers were written between the 1920s and the 1940s.
然后当玉苒厦之书这刚从1924年到1940年代是被在那时候完成的。
And I told you that there was the guy who's never been named. I mean, William Sadler was the man. He knew his name, but he never told anyone.
就是有一个男子，就是这个 这个威廉萨德勒这位这个医生知道这个男子的名字，可是他们完全没有告诉给任何人知道。
Now, I assume a few other people knew his name, but they never told anyone.
他说他也假设有其他的人知道这位男子的名字，可是他们也都没有告诉任何人。
Now, when the Urantia papers were written, when the Urantia book was written, it was written in, paper by paper, but there was also some additional papers that were channeled or delivered that weren't in the Urantia book, and those were instructions for William Sadler or the forum that he put together to review and to read and review the papers.
当预言下之书被写出来的时候，它是一个章节一个章节被写出来的。可是同时有很多章节是不在这本书里面，那些章节是等于是给那个写预言下这本书一个论坛，就是由威廉萨德勒医生所主导这个论坛。这些额外的资料是给这些论坛作为一种参考审阅来用的。
For example, he was given instructions to put the forum together, and he was probably even told how to do that. I'm guessing.
例如就是这些刚才所谓的一些额外资料，就是例如他就是萨德勒医生有被提供一些资料，说怎么样形成这个论坛。凯莉说他是猜想的，就是说一定有这种指导，说叫他怎么形成这个论坛。
Now the forum, I think it lasted for at least 20 years. These papers were being received and they were reviewing them. And so different people came in. It wasn't the exact same people all those 20 years. Different people came and went. There were probably a few that stayed the whole time. I'm just guessing.
他说这个论坛他猜想大概经过了20年，然后他说当然这20年当中就是人是来来去去的，他猜想当然也有些人是从头到尾的。
I think as time goes on, I'll learn more and more about it, and as I do, I'll share that information.
他说他会了解更多讯息之后，之后会再继续跟我们分享。
So there are very few people left alive that were part of the forum.
他说现在还等于是存活的还在世的，就是有不多人，就是当初那个论坛里面的人还在世的并不多。
In Atlanta, Georgia, when I lived in Atlanta, Georgia for a while, I used to attend a study group, and it was hosted by a woman named Tiki Harries. Her name was Tiki Harries, and she was a member of the original forum.
他说当他在在美国乔治亚州那时候，他有参加一个论坛，那个论坛的主持人就是这个他参加一个读书会，那个读书会的主持人就是当初参加这个论坛的，叫做 Tiki Harris， 他是最早在这个论坛里面的。
Very nice. She's not with us. I'm sure she's not alive anymore because she was very old at that time, and that was about 15 years ago.
他说这位女士应该是也不在世，因为她15年前那时候就已经年纪非常非常大了。
A lovely, lovely woman, wonderful, sweet, kind, happy, healthy, and she was definitely in her 80s.
他说这位女士是非常非常就是好的一个人，就是非常的细心啊、体贴啊、甜美啊。然后她在当时大概是在80岁左右了。
And of course, Atlanta, Georgia is in the middle of what we call in America the Bible Belt. There's this southern thing that goes from Texas to Atlanta to North Carolina, all across the South. And it's extremely Christian, very religious. So we call it the Bible Belt.
他说在美国
Atlanta's in the middle of it.
他说刚才讲那个亚特兰大就是 Georgia 就是在美国有一条所谓的叫做圣经的一个带就一个区域就对了。那个 Georgia 是在那个区域的正当中，就非常非常的就是非常基督教化的一个区域这样子。
So all the people in the study group were Christians because it was in Atlanta. In New York, none of them were.
他说，因为是在乔治亚特兰大，所以读书会的每一个人都是基督教徒。他说，如果在纽约的话，这种情况就不会发生。
In New York, you have Jews who aren't religious Jews and people who aren't religious.
他说，纽约当然会看到很多犹太人啊，还有很多没有宗教信仰的人。
Very different. New York is a very different culture than the rest of the United States, and then the Bible Belt is also different.
他说，纽约在整个美国来讲是非常非常特殊的一个区域。当然，刚才提到那个圣经的区块带也是非常非常的特殊。
I lived in Manhattan for 20 years. I never knew one person who went to church, not one.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, no one. Or synagogue. You mean half the people are Jewish, half because it's a very, very Jewish city. But they don't go to synagogue and nobody goes to church. They do for funerals and weddings. That's it. I mean, some of them, if they're Irish Catholic, they might go for like Mass or Easter or something. But only if they're Irish Catholic. And then it's only for like a certain holidays. But very, very, I even met, even the Irish Catholics didn't do it. Nobody did it.
他说纽约就是非常非常特殊，刚才讲到说纽约几乎，他说他在纽约住了20年，几乎没有碰到任何一个人去教堂，当然就除了非常非常少数的一些情况之外，或是少数某些宗教，像什么爱尔兰基督教之类的，或者在什么婚礼啊、葬礼才会去到教堂，不然平常是不会去的，因为纽约就是太多犹太人。
There are churches all over Manhattan, so somebody must go to them.
他说。但是在曼哈顿也是有蛮多教堂的，所以一定有些人去那些教堂。
So and some of them are very beautiful.
然后有些纽约教堂是非常漂亮的。
And there's one church that's a very, very big famous church on the Upper West Side, and they have some wonderful events and things they have a like one day that's the blessings of the animals, and people bring animals into it's a huge church and people bring animals in and all the animals get blessed. That's in Manhattan. That's the kind of thing they do in Manhattan.
都在纽约什么上层的西区有一个非常非常著名的教堂，他们就是会经常有些精彩的活动，例如他们是有某一天就是大家都带他们的宠物去那个教堂，给那个接受他们的祝福这样子。他说这就是纽约常常发生的一些事情。
Here where I live now, it's a very rural community, and one day a year we have a festival called the blessings of the combines, and everyone brings their tractors to town, and there's a whole parade of tractors and they get blessed.
Tractor
for a farm, like these huge tractors. Yeah, they're called columbines. It's called blessing of the columbines. And once a year, there's a big parade with all huge farm machines, and they all get blessed.
他说他现在住的地方就是有一种节庆，就是说，刚才说纽约把动物拿去来做这种祝福，他说那是把那种拖引机拖引机来做一种，就农场那些机器来做一种祝福就对了。是这种非常非常大的一个游行这样子。
Yeah, they're huge, very big. They're called columbines. I think they're tractors, but they're huge. I mean, but they bring small ones too.
他说有些拖引机是非常非常大的，然后当然是也有小的这样子。
Now in Atlanta, they don't. Okay, no one goes to church in Manhattan. In Atlanta, they don't say, "Do you go to church?" They say, "What church do you go to?"
他说刚才讲纽约没有人去教堂，不过在这个亚特兰大，他们不会问你说你去不去教堂，而是说你去哪一个教堂。
They just assume you go to church.
那就是假定你就是会去教堂的，对。
They're shocked. If you say I don't go to church, they're shocked.
他说他们会非常震惊，如果你告诉他们你没有去教堂。
Okay, so now back to the forum.
我现在回到讨论刚才讲那个玉苒厦之书的论坛。
So there's one lady named Carolyn Kendall, and she was still alive when she made this video a few years ago. She looked like she's pretty healthy, so she may still be alive, and I may be able to get in touch with her if she is.
他说这个论坛，刚才讲到这个论坛，有些就是之前还就是活在世上的，有个叫做 Caroline Kendall 这位女士。他说这位女士在几年前做了一个影片，他说这个影片她看起来非常非常的健康，不过他认为所以可能还在世。对，他说如果还在世的话，他可以他可以试着跟他联络这样子。
I read I was looking at a website recently. There's a guy named well, his name's not important, but there's a guy who's been researching all of the source material. You know, I've told you that the Urantia book used human sources whenever possible, and most of those books were written in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and most of them are out of print. They're no longer being published.
他说他前阵子看一个网站，就是有一个人，就是他在找所有就是玉苒厦之书的一些所谓资料来源，因为我们之前讲到说玉苒厦之书会尽量用当代在地球上有的资料，他们会尽量引用那些资料，那些资料都是在大概1800年或1900年那时候的，所以很多东西已经就是找不到了，已经不再有了。
And I may as well say his name because I'll probably mention him again, but there's one guy named Matthew Block, and he was the original guy. I would say at least 20 years ago, he started finding all the source materials, which is a big job because he'd have to read through the whole book. First, he'd have to find the book. Then he'd have to read through the whole book to find what was in the Urantia book and where. And it's not the exact same. They'll take a paragraph and they'll change it a little bit. So it's quite a job.
他说有一个男子叫做什么 Matthew Block 这个男子，就是他在大概20年前就开始了这件事情，就是所谓找所有玉苒厦之书的资料来源。那他说这个是个非常大的工程，因为你要找那个资料来源，这些资料来源当初被引用的时候，也就是可能只是引用一小段，那这一小段又可能被作为稍微修改，所以是非常非常困难去把所有资料来源都找出来这样子。
I talked to him. I think it was in 2002. For some reason, I ended up talking to him, and he gave me a list at that time, and I ended up finding, just by chance, a couple books on the list, which I have.
他说，在2002年的时候，不知道为什么原因，他遇到了这个人，然后这个人给他一个书单就对了，那他海里就是最终找到了几本书就对了，然后他就是根据这个书单找到了几本书。
I'm going to call him again to get more information.
他说他会再去打电话给这个人去得到更多的一些资料。
He has, so according to his website, I think he's still doing research because, you know, it's a huge job to do.
根据这个人的网站，他还在做这件事情，因为这是一个蛮大的工程。
Now I found out that my mentor, Steve Dreyer, the man that I love so much, that knew so much about the Urantia book, I found out that he did die during COVID.
他说他当初他的一个类似那种导师，就是他非常非常崇拜的一个导师。Sorry, what's his name again?
Oh, sorry, Steve Dreyer.
Steve Dreyer. 他说他非常崇拜这位类似他的精神导师，就是他在这个 COVID-19 的时候去世。
And I had a feeling he had died. not during COVID. I just had a feeling he had died.
OK， 所以他说他不确定是不是因为这个 COVID-19 就对了。
So I wasn't that surprised. I found out online. I haven't. I'll call his wife because she was my friend too, but I haven't done it yet.
他说他会打电话给他的老婆，因为他们也是朋友。
He was very involved in the Urantia fellowship. For he started reading the Urantia book 1 year before me, so he was reading it from I think 1971. But he knew it better than anyone I ever met.
他说他就是他们是在这个所谓玉兰下的 fellowship 这个组织里面就对了。他说他在他之前，他从大概1971年就开始读这本书，在海里之前就读了这本书。
And he
他说
was
他是比任何人都了解这本书的。
And he was such a brilliant, wise man.
他说他是非常非常聪明的一个人。
So I found out by looking online that he also got with Gard Jameson, who some of you know from the foundation. He was working with Gard Jameson on also looking for source material. I don't know why they weren't working with Matthew Block, but I'll call Matthew and find out. They were very aware of Matthew's work, so I don't know if they were coordinating with him or not. But I don't know why they weren't working directly with him. But I'll find all that out.
我说他刚才讲到这位先生，他跟玉兰下基金会，我们都认识那个 Gar， 常常帮我们演讲那个 Gar， 他们也是一起有合作，在找寻这个资料来源，玉兰下最原始的资料来源。只是他说他不晓得为什么这个基金会并没有跟那个 Matthew Block 做合作，因为他们也知道 Matthew Block 在做这相同的事情。他说他会想办法知道为什么他们没有在这方面上做合作。
Now, I'm going to skip the video today and do it next week because by the time we're done, we won't have any time to read if we watch it today. So we'll watch it next week. But I'll just say now that so that we're prepared for next week, that there was in the video, this woman, Carolyn Kendall, who's from the forum, she talks about the contact commission, and I've heard that word before. That's what they called William Sadler, and I think a couple other people that I'm not sure about all that, but definitely William Sadler, maybe his son. I think he had a son that worked very closely with him, and maybe one or two other people. That they were the ones who originally discovered the guy who was doing these papers. And when I talked about this guy who in his sleep or something, he'd get this and he'd start talking, or I said his mother used to write down what he said, but I think it was his wife. I think this woman in the video, or somewhere I've heard, I'm not sure if it was his mother or his wife. I've heard both now, but I think it may have been his wife. We'll find all these facts out as we go. But what they call the group who received the papers were the contact commission. So they were the human beings that were contacted by the celestial beings. And then the forum is the group William Sadler put together to review the papers each week. And according to this video we'll watch, it sounds like there were about 40 members in the forum at one point, maybe when she was part of it. She says in the video that she was just part of it the last 5 years. I know that's a lot to translate.
OK， 他说我们今天就不会，本来说我们今天要看那个 video， 后来他说因为这个 video 就是有点长，那我们今天就暂时先不看，他说大概等到下礼拜。然后他刚才讲到，就是在这个玉兰下之书当初是一篇一篇被写出来的嘛。那之前有讲到说是一个男生，是 William Sadler 去一个男生家里，然后获得这些资料。他说他不是很确定 当初写的人是这个男生的老婆还是他的妈妈。不过他说之后我们会发现，然后他说这个论坛当初是叫做一个叫 Human Contact Commission， 就是说人类接触的委员会，因为我们是人类了嘛，所以这个论坛的组成人员就是叫做人类 Human Contact Commission， 就是人类接触委员会，那就是表示我们是跟天界的一些存有做了个接触，所以那个论坛当初大概有40个人。那这个录影带就是下礼拜要播放这个录影带的人，也是当初那个论坛之一。不过那个人可能是在这个论坛最后5年才加入这个论坛。
So there's William Sadler, and there's actually, I think her name was Christine or something. There was another woman, she may have been his secretary or something like that, and she was definitely part of the contact commission.
他说事实上有另外一个女生，可能叫什么 Christine 的，他说她可能是那个论坛的一些的秘书，他说他当初应该也是这个论坛的一员。
I think her name is mentioned in the video, but I had heard of her before.
他说他认为这个名字可能在那个这影片中有提到过，不过他之前也听过这个名字。
Because after William Sadler died, she became kind of the main authority on the origin of the Urantia book, I believe. She stayed with the foundation, I believe.
他说因为刚才提到这位女士，就是在这个萨德勒博士去世之后，她就变成一个主要的一个领导人，对，在这个基金会里面。
And probably William Sadler's son also.
他说还有刚刚萨德勒医生的儿子可能也在这个基金会里面。
So in the video, she's going to mention the contact commission.
在那个下礼拜的影片中，他会提到这个所谓的人类接触委员会。
Now she calls the authors of the book, these celestial beings, the authors, she calls them the revelators. In other words, it's a revelation. They're revealing things. She refers to them as the revelators, the authors. So when we watch the video, we're going to hear about the contact commission and the revelators, who are the authors, the celestial beings.
就是他说这个影片中也提到，就是说那些传送这些讯息的天界使者，他叫做启示者，就是所以现在有2个边，一边就是天界使者叫启示者，另外一边就是我们人类这边叫人类接触委员会。
Okay, so now last thing about this is that when I was looking at Matthew Block's website about the source materials for the book, there's one little sentence that he was talking about something. He said he was mentioning William Sadler, and he said there's a sentence where he says that he found some disturbing things about William Sadler, some things that were disturbing. And I found that very interesting because, we kind of think of him as a saint, this wonderful guy they chose to be the contact commission. So that's another reason I want to call Matthew Block to find out what was the story with William Sadler? What were these disturbing things? On the other hand is nobody's perfect, so we shouldn't be that surprised. Right?
Yeah. Where did he find this information?
Well, he mentioned, I can give you a link to his website, but on his website, he does just one little sentence where he says something like, well, we know all about William Sadler, including some things that are somewhat disturbing, or it's just a mention, a casual mention, but it like stood out. It jumped out at me like, what? What do you know about William Sadler? I mean, of course, you're not going to want to advertise some mean things about someone, so, but still, he's an important person, nobody worships him or anything. He's just guy, but it would still be interesting to find out what his quirks were,
他说，就是刚才说那个在收集资料那个叫 Matthew 那个 Black 这个人，他说他在他的网站上面，就是小小的写了一段话，就是说他发现有关这个萨德勒博士，就是当初主导这个《玉苒厦之书》这本的那个博士，他说他发现萨德勒博士的一些令人不安的一些事情，所以他说海里就说他非常非常惊讶的，也很想知道说到底是什么事情，因为萨德勒博士在他们一般看来是类似有点圣人。说当然我们并不会敬拜这个人啊，同时当然我们也不认为有任何人是完美的，所以就算有些不管什么样令人不安的小事，他觉得也是正常的。只是他刚一开始看到的时候会有点惊讶，就说会有什么事情呢
Also, I just remembered the reason Matthew Block was mentioning Sadler was because Sadler wrote many books. And he apparently used the same source materials for his books that are in the Urantia book. Many of the same books.
他说那个 Matthew Block 就是找资料来源那个人，他说他也提到萨德勒博士在《玉苒厦之书》之外也写了蛮多书的，可是这些书里面也用到了相同所谓玉苒厦资料的一些玉苒厦之书的类似的资料就对了。
And he mentioned, I just remembered because I was a little surprised when I read this, that he mentioned that William Sadler may have been a little more involved in writing the book than we think.
What does that mean?
I don't know what it means. That's what I have to call this guy. Like, what on earth does that mean, right? That's like shocking news. Like, what? Is it written by celestials or isn't it? But that's one of the reasons I have to call him. Now, we know, no matter what he tells us, we know at least most of it or some of it was. He couldn't possibly know this stuff. Not everything in the book is from the source material. But apparently, a lot of the same books used in the Urantia book, he was using to write all his books. But he wasn't always giving them credit, which is strange. That's a little bit disturbing right there.
Mm-hmm.
He might have been plagiarizing a little bit. The Urantia book, I would say, doesn't plagiarize because it's different. They're saying we're using human sources whenever we can. And they know by the time anyone reads this book, everything's going to be out of copyright, out of print. Everyone's going to be dead. But these were like, some of these were like contemporaries, or, this was written, published in 1955. So he was writing his books. Some of these people may have still been alive or not dead for that long. These books might have still been in print. So it's very mysterious. And I promise this group, I'm going to find this out.
刚才就讲说类似有点八卦，所以大家也不用太认真。就是说这个那个 Matthew Block 就是提到，就是说他就觉得这个萨德勒博士在写这本书的时候，可能有他用说 little more involved， 所以就是更加深入的参与。所以我就问他说，所谓更加深入的参与是什么意思？然后当然这个暗示可能不是完全是天界的消息，可是这都是完全猜测了。所以他说他也不知道，他只是看到这个所谓的 little more involved， 他也是觉得到底是什么意思，他也不懂。所以他说他会想办法去找到更多的资料。然后同时他也说，萨德勒博士同时写了很多本书，那些其他书都有引用到那些一些玉苒厦之书的资料来源。所以他说，也许有些人会觉得有些什么那种抄袭的疑虑，不过他说所有这些都是一些猜测，所以我个人是认为大家也不用太去花精神了解这些了。不过海迪是说他会去找到更多的资料就对了。Okay.
And yeah, so I have some research to do. But next week we'll read what she there are video interviews with her, which I intend to watch also. But this one, she was asked to just discuss the publication mandate. And what, Eric, what that is that, the instructions that they gave about publishing the Urantia book. So they called this paper that they did was called I think it was called The Timing of the Urantia Book, subtitle, The Publication Mandate, but people just call it the publication mandate.
So what's the mandate means? Actually, mandate has a different meaning, right?
Yeah. Mandate is, I use that word a lot. I actually like it. It's like when you're given.
If you're authorized to publish?
Well, okay. First, let's talk about the word mandate. When a mandate is like a instructions or requirement, or when you're given something you have to do, that's a mandate. It's like instructions, and it's kind of instructions requirement.
Okay.
Something you have to do, a mandate. So the public, they call it the publication mandate because it was the instructions given by the revelators about how they were supposed to publish this book, and the instructions surrounding it. The whole that's what she talks about in the video.
他说下礼拜我们要看那个影片，就是说那本书叫做Public Mandate， 然后就说 Mandate 就是说有很多意思，不过他说在这边的意思就是说出版社的就是怎么样去出版这本书就对了，就是他会写得很详细，你该怎么样的出版这本书。然后他说刚才也有 interview 那位女士的影片，不过他说最主要是会讲，就是这位女士在讲解这个 publish mandate 的这个影片就对了。
Yeah, it was called the revelators, and you told them what the revelators are, right?
Yeah.
Because I wanted them to be familiar with these terms so that when we watch the video, everyone understands what she's talking about. The revelators called this the timing of the Urantia book, the publication mandate. And these kind of mandates and papers were given to the Contact Commission.
而启示者说这个启示者就是我们刚才说的听见主有告诉说这本书这个出版的指导方针，就是说 the timing of the 玉兰夏不就是出版这本玉兰夏的时间，或者这本玉兰夏之书的时机就对了。
So like I've said before, I was really surprised. I didn't know this video existed. I didn't even know there was a publication mandate. I mean, I knew that the Contact Commission was told to create a foundation and a brotherhood, two separate organizations. And I knew the foundation's main job was to publish the book, get it published, and be responsible for the continual publication, and so that people could always get the book. You can just write to the foundation and order a book. And you always could. Before there was an internet, you could, write to the foundation and order a book or call the foundation. And they always sold the book for inexpensive, as cheap as they could possibly sell it, without losing money. So you'd get this big, beautiful book that anyone else would charge $100, or even back then, and they sold it for like $20 or something. It was ridiculously cheap. So they did that well. And they were told how the book should look. It was supposed to have, I have duct tape on mine because it's so old it fell apart. But it has the 3 rings. It says Urantia book. Is that backwards for you, or can you see it? No, it's back.
I can see it.
how would I? No, I don't know how to do it. The
I
other
can I can say it.
yeah. So I knew that was the main job of the forum. I mean, the main job of the forum was to review the papers, but Sadler was supposed to set up a foundation to publish and translate the book, and a brotherhood. And I think the brotherhood's job was really going to be to coordinate with all the study groups that would be forming around the world. Now I'm sorry, you have to translate.
他说他非常非常惊讶，说他根本没有意识到这个影片的存在，就是刚才说那个出版指引这个影片的存在。不过他说他知道当初这些天界全有启示者有说必须要成立两个类似两个部门，一个就是基金会，一个是玉苒厦基金会，一个是玉苒厦类似那种兄弟会。那玉苒厦基金会的主要的目的就是要出版这些书。然后说基金会在出版这方面，做的不错的一件事，就是说当初这些书出来的时候，都是卖的非常非常便宜。他刚才拿他那本书，他说这种书一般都要大概100块美金，不过他大概20块就买到了。他说基本上就是说基金会在这方面做的不错。然后他说另外那个组织就是玉苒厦基金会的兄弟会，他们主要的目的是要建立很多那种读书会、读书团体。
Now, I've shared this with this group before, that my own belief has been, has always been, that this book was written for future generations, and that we're just lucky to be the first people to get it, and that if you're ready, if you want it, the book comes to you. I've always felt that.
他说他一直都认为，就是这本书其实是为了下一代，我们的下一代而写的。然后我们是非常非常幸运的，能够得到这本，等于是类似这种第一批获得这本书的人。他说就是类似说，你如果准备好的话，这本书就会到你面前。那他说我们是非常非常幸运的。
This book, well, I'm patting it with my, when you see my hand go like that, I'm patting the book. This book was retells the story of Jesus. He is our creator son who created this local universe. He came here, he gave us teachings. They were distorted. This book gives us the true teachings, the way he taught us, again, without all the distortion.
然后这本书等于是把耶稣的故事就是重新讲了一遍，然后把他的教导也重新再叙述了一次。然后这些叙述当初就是很多都被扭曲了。那这本书重新写基督的故事，就是把那些就是没有扭曲的成分在里面。
So one of the jobs of the foundation was to preserve the original text and make sure that it never got changed, that it just stayed exactly as it was when they said it was ready to publish it, to preserve that original text. That's an important mandate for the foundation. I would say their number one job.
他说基金会的首要工作就是说，他们必须要确保这个原始文件的完整保存，就是当然就是不能有任何人改动这个文件，就是他们的首要工作就是要保存这个文件。
Because everything in the Bible, when we read the Jesus papers, we'll see that you know the Bible, the New Testament is the book of John, the book of Paul, John, the book of Luke, all these different writings that were written supposedly by the apostles or people. Luke wasn't an apostle, but he was close to them. Or then there's Thomas. Anyway, books that were supposedly written by the apostles are in the New Testament of the Bible. But the Urantia book tells us exactly how they got distorted and changed and rewritten over time. So that's the one thing we don't want to happen with this book. We don't want anyone to change it. We want to, because if we don't if the Urantia Foundation doesn't go to great pains to keep it as it is, it will get changed because things just do.
他说就是说，我们知道这个圣经里面有很多章节，什么新约里面的什么约翰福音啊，各种路加福音，就是它有很多很多的章节。他说当初就是大部分都是由耶稣的使徒所写的，那很多东西都是后来随着时间的推移，然后被扭曲、被改变了。那这个玉苒厦之书就描述了，就是这些章节是怎么样的被修改的。所以海里就说，他认为基金会必须保存这个原来的文件不被修改是非常非常重要的一件事情。
There's certainly nothing wrong with going to a spiritual book fair where people come to find all esoteric books and having a booth that sells the Urantia book. That's a great idea that people do. It should be available. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that at all. That's a good idea, I think.
这边他突然提到，就是说，就是去那种灵性书籍的书展，他说其实是一个非常非常好的一个方法，就是去那边推展书。比如说很多人可能到这种灵性书籍的书展来寻求一些比较深奥的书，他说他认为是一个非常好的主意去参展。
I'm sure some readers find the book that way.
他说他很确定有些读者是透过这个方法找到这本书的。
But what was interesting about this publication mandate that we'll hear was that the revelators they actually said this book is not for this generation or the next, it's for future generations. It could be a very long time off before people come to these teachings, but it makes sense to me that they will, because this is the teachings of Jesus. He's our creator son. Why would we have any other religion? Eventually, when we get it right, when we're wise and evolved, of course this is going to be the religion for everyone, because it's not even really a religion, it's just the truth about God and Jesus and our world and the universe. It's almost like not even a religion, it's just this is the real thing.
他说这讲过很多次，就是这本书不是为了这一代或下一代，而是为就是也许是很久以后的后代而写的。他说这些教育就是说是耶稣的教育，所以说他也许最终当我们一直进化，变越来越聪明，越来越有明智的时候，就是我们当然会了解到说耶稣是这个地方宇宙的创造之神，我们当然会相信去认识他的教育。他说这也许最终并不是一个宗教，而是它就是真理，所以也不需要把它当成宗教来看，因为它就是个真理这样子。
So the mandate basically says that their job is to preserve the text, create translations, and form study groups all over the world. Now, that was probably the Brotherhood was the ones who were going to be involved with the study groups. That was the plan.
我说刚才那个出版的指引就是提到说，这个工作就是必须要保存这个文本，然后另外一件事就是要有多种语言的翻译，然后另外重要的一点就是需要建立许多的那个读书会。他说这个读书会可能就是有刚才所提到另外一个组织，就是玉苒下的兄弟会来负责。
But very early on, there were power struggles, and the Urantia Foundation got in the wrong hands, and it got very, very off track. And they started spending all their money on lawsuits and legal problems because they wouldn't let the Brotherhood do its job. They wanted to have total power. There became a big struggle. The Brotherhood ended up basically going out of business. They had to start a new group called the Fellowship, just to get away from the foundation because they were so crazy at that time. And that my friend Steve Dreyer became one of the directors of the fellowship.
所以在一开始的时候，这两个组织就是变得有点偏离轨道，就是说他们把很多钱都花在这个打官司上面，就是他们并没有让，就是因为有两个组织嘛，一个是玉苒厦基金会，一个是兄弟会。他说并没有让这个兄弟会去做让他们有他们完全的权利去建立这些读书会，就是变成一种兄弟阋墙之争，就对了。然后最终这个兄弟会就是最终就是倒闭了。然后后来他们另外起了一个叫做 fellowship， 类似这种团契，另外一个反正就是另外一个团体的，对了。那他刚才说他的朋友就是 Steve Dreyer， 就是在另外那个 fellowship 的团体里面。
Eventually, the crazy people, the guy, there was one really bad guy who was like the director or the head of the foundation, and he really caused a lot of harm. Eventually, he left. Eventually, the fellowship and the foundation started working together, and things leveled out.
我说，因为其实主要是基金会当初有一个人，就是他是造成所有这些问题的一个人，后来他离开了基金会，所以现在变成说基金会跟这个 fellowship 他们就变成就是比较和谐相处。So they right now they cooperate each other.
Yes. Yeah, that's why my friend Steve Dreyer was working with Gard Jameson, because Gard Jameson is from the foundation. Steve Dreyer was always with the fellowship, and he was one of the heads, but they'd have revolving, right? So they would never have a head for too long, which is a good policy, right? So he'd be the director, and then other people would be the director, but he was always very involved in it. He was one of the founders of the fellowship. So the fact that he became good friends with Gard and they were working together on the source materials shows that that split was in the past. They patched up a long time ago.
我刚才就问说，那现在这两个组织是不是和谐相处？他说对，他们现在这两个组织和谐相处，就是刚才有提到，就是他们那个 Gard， 就是常常帮我们演讲那个 Gard 教授跟 Steve Dreyer， 就是 Henry 的好朋友，他们共同在做一个 project， 就是在找那个玉苒厦之书的起源，就是他们我听说他们在写那种玉苒厦之书历史之类的这种书，他说就是证明他们已经完全的合作在一起，又回到当初这个出版指引里面提到说必须要这两个组织分别做不同的事情这样子。
But I'm not 100% sure the foundation ever got completely back on track, where it's supposed to be. I have doubts, because I think that after 70 years, if you don't have a translation in Chinese, that you've kind of missed the plot a little bit.
就还有提到，就上礼拜他提到说，他不是很确定这个基金会到底有没有完全回到正轨，因为他说70年之后都没有中文版本的玉苒厦之书，他认为就是基金会没有做到他们该做的事情。
So and to my knowledge, the brotherhood ceased to exist. The fellowship took over the job of the brotherhood, so there is no brotherhood.
就他所知，当初最早那个玉苒厦的兄弟会已经不存在了，就有那个 fellowship 来代替了这个兄弟会。
So originally the plan would be, if someone called up wanting a study group, they would be referred to the brotherhood. Now, but the Urantia Foundation has the list of study groups, right? So they took over part of the job of the brotherhood, which they were never supposed to do. There was supposed to be a brotherhood for readers coming together, foundation for publishing the book. There were supposed to be two different organizations. The foundation took over the jobs. Yeah. And
so which mean they still doesn't work cooperatively, right?
Well, no, they're cooperating, but there's an overlap. So yeah. The foundation should have just when they started cooperating, they should have at least said, you do this, we'll do what we were supposed to do originally, but they couldn't let go.
Yeah.
They couldn't let go. They want to be the central official they have the copyright, or they're the U Rancher Foundation who publishes the book, so they just couldn't let go. They never, to this day, they're still trying to do things that the Brotherhood was supposed to do, like organize the study groups and stuff, instead of making translation in Chinese, which they were supposed to do 50 years ago.
就刚才就讲到说，就是这个，他认为基金会还是有一些事情就是没有放下来，因为就像他说照原本的计划，就是读书会应该所有都是由这个 fellowship 这个团体来管理的，可是基金会我们现在看到基金会有蛮多的读书会，所以他就认为基金会等于是不想放手某些读书会就对了。他反正这是海蒂个人的意见，他就认为基金会应该就是专心做好翻译这件事情，例如让中文快点上市。
So now there's, the foundation, the fellowship, and now there's the alliance, and you go online, there's all these different organizations and all these different study groups, and it's just complete chaos. If you want a study group, you don't even know where to go. I'm listed as, my study group's listed in many different places. It was supposed to be organized, centrally located. That didn't last 5 minutes.
他说，如果你现在上网找这个玉苒厦基金会读书会，你可以在各个网站都找到一堆读书会，就对了。所以基本上，他说原始计划应该是在这个 fellowship 这个网站专门负责的。不过他现在就有点混乱，就对了。就像海蒂他本身的这个读书会，就是到处都很多网站都可以找得到这样子。
It's kind of like, the parents leave the room, they have to go out and they leave the house. They leave a pile of cookies, and then they leave dinner and cookies. They, okay, kids, you can eat the dinner, but don't touch the cookies till we get back. How long can they stay away before those kids start taking a little bite, little nibbling on the cookies? By the time they come back, there's no cookies. That's what it reminds me of.
就举个例子，他就像父母离开家，然后留了晚餐跟饼干，就他告诉小孩说，你们可以吃晚餐，可是不要吃饼干。他说，当父母离开之后，你猜想那些小孩子能够让那饼干留在那边多久？他说一点点的那些小孩就会去吃饼干，然后当父母回来之后，你就会发现饼干都没了。
It's the original apostles were given instructions by Jesus. When Jesus left, they just started doing things their own way and changing all his teachings.
然后就像耶稣的使徒一样，当耶稣离开地球之后，那些使徒也就是开始做一些这里那里做一些改变这样子。
And then we saw it happen again with the foundation and this book.
And this book, I hope
well,
not.
And then we saw the same history repeat itself. And what's so interesting is that in the publication mandate, they tell us to learn from what happened with Jesus's teachings, to study how that was disseminated. In the video, you'll see that's part of the mandate. We're supposed to learn from their mistakes, but so far we haven't.
就是那个出版那个指引特别提到，就是说我们必须从耶稣的生平里面学到一些教训。然后海蒂认为我们并没有。Okay, I think we're just all waiting for the next. We're just all waiting for to watch the video next week.
Yeah. We'll be ready now. And so the point is that there was a mandate, and that is very clear. And we'll see this verified, but that the foundation had very simple instructions, and that we were, and this is interesting too, that she mentions in the video that the forum, they were all getting ready to have huge conferences and big symposiums, and and then they're told, no, just have study groups around the world. Just publish the book and have study groups. Your job is to prepare people for later on when the teachings start spreading. They immediately thought, we're going to bring this new revelation to the world and everyone's going to join, and we're going to be, heads of the new religion. That wasn't the plan at all. And it still isn't. None of us are going to become bishops or popes.
海迪又是继续谈论这个影片里面的内容。他说这个影片就是提到，就是说，当这本书完成的时候，那些就是参与的人就说太好了，这本书完成了，我们要开始做大型的座谈会啊，然后用大型的会议啊，然后跟全世界公告这本书啊，然后等于是类似这种形成一种新的宗教大团体就对了。不过这本在这个出版的指引里面就明确的提到，就说不能走那个，一定要走这种小小的读书会这种形式，就是你要建立成千上万个读书会，用这种方式来传播这个预言下之书。
When you think about Jesus walking around the desert in sandals and sitting on rocks and teaching people and giving them some fish and bread to eat, and then you contrast that to the Vatican and the popes with the hats that go like this and the robes and the gold and the jewels and the Inquisition and the Crusades, and that should tell us what people are, how much people can distort a true teaching.
那大家就提到说，我们可以想象，就是当初耶稣是穿着这种拖鞋啊，然后在这个沙漠里面分享着鱼跟面包，跟大家谈论这些教育。那当你跟这种梵蒂冈那种教皇那种建筑啊，然后黄金啊、珠宝啊、长袍啊这种比起来，你就会知道，就是这种就是很容易这种教育就会被扭曲这样子。
There are still a lot of big I don't know, I guess it's okay, people read the book, want to get together and celebrate, that's fine, but they have like these, I don't know, these big official groups that get Urantia, and they're expensive, you have to go and you stay in hotels, and they rent out these hotels and conference centers, and I'm not sure I understand what all that's about. I feel like they're just talking to each other. They're listening to each other, and they're not telling each other anything that's not in the book. Maybe I'm just jaded and critical.
他就是凯蒂个人的意见，他就说他不太懂基金会，就是他们有时候会举办一些很大的座谈会啊，然后很多人在一起庆祝一些什么东西啊，然后住在很贵的酒店里面啊，然后他说他们谈论的就是也许就是书里面也教导的，反正他说他个人意见啊，他说他不太懂，就是因为他个人认为是这种读书会的形式就已经够了这样子。
I mean, I do think it's great that readers all over the world can meet and get together and make friends, and the leaders of study groups can meet other leaders of other study groups. I mean, I think all that's great. That's all fine. I just, there's just this temptation of people to just spend all this money on these conventions, and I'm not quite sure they're doing a lot of good. Maybe I'm wrong.
就是凯蒂个人意见，他认为就是他觉得各个读书会的一些世界各地读书会聚集在一起讨论啊，了解彼此啊，也是很好的一件事情。不过他就是对那种就是要花很多钱在做一些会议上面这件事，他个人不是很确定为什么要这样子。
I did find this paper online that it's a transcription of a talk that Steve Dreyer gave at one of these Urantia gathering group things, and it's on personality, and it's a wonderful talk he gave, really, really good. And I will share. What I'll do is I'll probably just start sharing sections of it, rather than spend a whole session just reading it. Sections of it in our groups, because it's what he says is really, really interesting, and it's a very good it's an article now, but it was given as a presentation, as a talk, a lecture.
嗯，
Really good.
他说就是刚才他提到，因为他的好朋友就是在那个 fellowship 里面那个好朋友 Steve Dreyer， 他在一个就是座谈会里面发表了一个演讲，就是谈有关人格体这个话题。他说他讲得非常非常好。他说之后有机会他会分段一段一段的把这个演讲的内容告诉大家。他说这个演讲现在也已经有文档可以看到了。
And through the years, I have read some other very, very good papers that people have written. I mean, there's certainly nothing wrong with writing a great paper about, you know, the things you've learned in the Urantia book. I mean, that's wonderful. I am 100% supportive of all that. Of course.
他也看过很多就是针对月亮下之书而写的一些论文啊文章。他觉得有一些也是写得很好，他说他完全支持这个这项行动，就对了。
But you know, once you start with all the, you know, all of the, you know, I mean, I can't even tell you how many conventions there are, retreats, you know, all these beautiful places, and there's the worship, and then the lecture, and then you study this, and then you study that, and then you have a big lunch, and then you go for a walk, and then you study this, and then you study, and they're very expensive. And you know, then everyone makes PowerPoints, and you watch all the PowerPoints, and you know, it's not. Yeah. They're rich people. Bunch of rich people getting together. Jesus was out there, you know, doing it for free.
海蒂还是讲，就是他对于这种座谈会的一些意见，对啊，他觉得就花太多钱这样子。
And the last thing I'll say on prayer is that for 20 years I read the book by myself, and I was hard pressed to ever even meet anyone who heard of the book. For 20 years, I met one or two people who even heard of the book, and no one was interested in it. And I just read it for 20 years. Finally, after 20 years, I thought, you know, it would be really nice to meet someone who knew more about this book than I do, who's just really more knowledgeable than I am in these things, because I didn't know anyone who even read the book. So I started praying, and I started praying that I would get a mentor, someone wiser than me, who understood it better than I did, and who I could learn from and talk to. And I just started praying. And then soon enough, I met Steve Dreyer. Then it occurred to me to go to a study group. I had never gone because I thought they would be a bunch of wacko people who believed in UFOs and, you know, crystals, and like would be all hippy dippy and all. I just thought they were going to be too hippie, crazy, channeling incense, you know. So I never went. And when it occurred to me, well, what do I've got to lose? I'll just go to one group. I'll probably hate it, but well, I went, and I was the weirdest person there. They were such normal, for sure. They were such normal, straight people. I couldn't even. There was a Republican banker. There were teachers. They were just normal people. But that's how I met Steve Dreyer through the study. So it occurred to me. See, that's what often happens. You pray, and then you'll get and a thought will come in your head, like, go to a study group, right? Where before I never went because I was afraid that there'd be a bunch of weirdos. But I got the thought of, like, why not? Why not go and see what it's like? Then I went. I was the only weirdo there.
而且就是说他读这本书读了20年，然后他在20年里面大概没有他的朋友中间没有几个听过这本书，更不要说读过这本书，大概只有1-2个听过这本书，所以他就开始祈祷，就回到今天的主题，就是祈祷。他就开始祈祷，就说他希望他能够遇到就是比他聪明的，比他更了解这本书的导师，所以他突然就有这个想法，就说那我要去这个读书会。然后他一开始一直排斥读书会，因为他觉得读书会应该就是那种非常一些什么 相信什么外星人啊、水晶啊这种一些嬉皮啊，然后有的没有的非常疯狂的人。后来他就因为有这个想法，他就去了，然后去了之后，他就说他发现他是里面最疯狂的一个人。不过他就说他在读书会就认识他的类似他的心灵导师，就是那个 Steve Dreyer。
And that's how I met him in the Manhattan study group. He didn't come every week, but he came pretty often. But it turns out he had his own study group across the river in New Jersey, right across the river from Manhattan. But he'd often come to the Manhattan study group too. And later, when I moved uptown, I lived near the bridge. So I used to and I had a car by then. So I used to just go to his study group instead, which was actually easier for me. And I liked it. I loved his study group. His study group was really small. It was just a few people. We would just sit in his living room with, usually there was about 5 people. The Manhattan study group was bigger.
他说他是在这个纽约曼哈顿那个读书会遇到这个他的导师，就是 Steve Dreyer。他说，他不是每周都会去，可是他就是因为他 Steve Dreyer 在他自己住的地方，就是在过一条河，纽约过一条曼哈顿过一条河，就是纽泽西州。他在他自己住的地方也有个读书会。然后后来海里就说他之后搬到一个离桥比较近的地方，就是他也很容易过河到纽泽西州，所以他后来就专门就去那个 Steve Dreyer 的读书会。他说他的读书会就是跟曼哈顿的读书会比较起来，就小很多，就是大概5-6个人坐在那个 Steve Dreyer 的客厅。
So basically, the publication mandate explains that the book is going to come to anyone who's ready for the book. It's going to happen. And that our job really is to set up the study groups and to kind of lay the foundation so that later, when this becomes the religion of the world, when more and more people are drawn to it, there's already the study groups in place around the whole world. The book has been translated into every language. So that's our job. Our job is just really setting up a kind of structure so that this religion can exist when the time comes. That's what the mandate says.
他说那个指引出版指引也就提到说，这本书就是说，当你准备好之后，这本书就会出现。那目前我们的类似最早接触到这本书的人的工作，就是说你要建立好一个基础，那就是所谓的读书会这个基础。所以在世界各地都就是翻译成各种语言，在世界上各地建立好这种读书会。所以当这些时间到的时候，就是一切都已经准备好了。
So the plan is for this religion to evolve slowly over time as people are ready, as people become more, as the world becomes more spiritual and more wiser and more open. The mandate also says that this will not take hold. People will not be drawn to this until the present struggle. I'm not sure how they word it, but it seems to me that it's a struggle for freedom and liberty, that it's a political and spiritual struggle that the world is going through right now. And now you have to realize it was published in 1955, but it says until the current struggle is over. And I believe that right now we're in the very heart of it. This is my opinion. And that it's certainly not over yet, but that it's coming to a head, that it seems to be, the whole world seems to be involved right now in a struggle between good and evil, between freedom and liberty and tyranny. That seems to be happening all across the world, that it's like there's 2 sides and they're fighting. And I am sure that, the one side embraces God. I mean, in America, it's very clear. There are the people who are giving pornography to children violent chaos and riot, all these very strange things are happening in this country. They reject God completely. The other side, who wants patriotism and family and religion and freedom and liberty, they believe in God. So it's very clear to me that, and this is happening in Europe too, the countries that are embracing freedom and liberty are Eastern European countries that were ruled by Russia in the past. And they're like, they weren't allowed to have religion for so long. They really want it now. They value it. America, and the rest of Europe, everything's changing. The whole world is changing. I think that's what the publication mandate talks about. But until these current struggles are over, this is not going to be, it's the religion. So we shouldn't be worried about standing on the mountaintop and trying to convert everyone to read the Urantia book. It's not the time. It's not the time yet. But we can have our study groups. And you don't, if you ever, you guys, you're not ready yet, but when the time comes, you can just do what I do. You just put a notice up. That's how Ricky found me. I just had my listing. No one came to my study group. It was just a listing. Every now and then I hear from someone and they're interested, but that's how you start, when you just put your listing up and you see who comes to you, and you don't have to know much about it. You can just be willing to read with other people and talk about it. So that's our job, is to have study groups around the world, translate the book, and that's it. And then just, try to live the teachings. The time will come, and it's not the time, and it won't come anytime soon. And we shouldn't worry about that. I just think we're so lucky to be the first people to have this revelation in our hands. And with that, do you want to do a little reading?
I need to translate first.
Oh, you do. You're right.
就是说，他基本上就是说，刚才就说这本在这个指引里面，就是刚才还是那个出版指引里面，就是提到说，这本书就是说，他有提到说，这个是个演化性的一个演化性的一个进程，演化性的一个宗教。他并没有很急着说，现在这个时刻就是要让大家去读它，因为在那个指引里面有明确的提到说，要当这个世界更加的灵性化、更开放。他书中有提到，就是说现在世界还处于这种为自由而战，为那种 freedom 跟 liberty 这种为自由而战的这个时刻，还是非常非常的混乱的时刻，所以并没有准备好接受这本书。所以他认为就是说，大家现在的工作就是说开始接触，然后建立这个读书会。那必须要，他刚刚讲到一些美国欧洲的，就说都分成两派嘛，有一派就是相信神，然后有一派就是乱七八糟，就是反正他就认为这个争斗还没结束，所以那个指引也很明确说到，当这个争斗没有结束之前，我们是不可能这个东西是还不需要急着去公布的。他有特别提到说这个演化性的宗教。那海里最后是提到说目前他相信这个世界还没有准备好。因为世界还是非常非常混乱，那不过他就说大家还是可以慢慢的读，那最终就可以像海底一样，就说当初 Ricky 是怎么找到他，就是因为他把他自己的名字放上去，所以当大家渐渐了解这本书之后，也可以把就是类似的方法，就是当你就可以成为像海底这样，就是带领大家去读这本书就对了。OK.
That was good. That was very good.
Roughly.
You're the best. You're good. What did you tell them how I prayed to beat Steve Dreyer? And did you? I mean, that was the last one, right?
Yeah, that's the last one.
Yeah.
Pray to me, your mentor, right?
Yeah, I prayed that I wanted a Urantia mentor. I wanted to meet someone who knew this book better than me. I mean, imagine reading it for 20 years and no one you knew even knew what you were, had any idea. And I was like, there's got to be someone who knows this book, and I believe that that he was, of everyone on earth reading the book, I don't think there was anyone who knew it better or was a wiser, a more wonderful person than Steve Dreyer. And that's the one I met. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah. 就再次强调说，他当初这个心灵导师这个 Steve Dreyer， 就是他问说，我有没有告诉大家说他是怎么样遇到他的，就是透过他的祷告。他说他就是强调说他是个非常非常聪明的，他不认为世界上有任何人比这位 Steve Dreyer 更了解这本书的，对。Okay.
And I just should tell a story that, so one of the reasons I'm so skeptical is because, so finally when I went to this study group, finally my friends talked me into going to one of these Urantia meeting festivals with them, right? In Connecticut. They were gonna drive, so they'd drive me. I had to ride both ways, and it was just for one day. You didn't have to stay over. So it was like a Urantia festival. So they talked, my friends who ran the study group in New York talked me into going with them, because I was always skeptical of all this Urantia groups things. So I went, and I went through the whole day there. And on the way home, my friend said, "Oh, what did you think?" And I said, "I didn't like it very much." They got so mad at me. And they tried to convince me how great it was. And I said, "Listen, it just wasn't, it was very, very hippy dippy. People standing in a big circle, each one giving each other a flower, and then saying, peace be with you, or you have a lovely life," or whatever, and passing this stupid flower around this big circle. I'll let you translate.
就是说他在纽约一个那个读书会，他有一次他的朋友就跟他说，在康乃狄克州有一个类似那种节庆，就是玉兰厦的那种节庆，要不要一起去？然后他最后终于他犹豫了很久，最后还是去了。然后去完之后，他朋友就问他说：“哎，那是当一天来回的一个会议，一个节日，就对。”他朋友就问他说：“哎，你觉得怎么样？”然后海里就说他不是很喜欢，他说他朋友非常非常的生气，就对了。因为海里就说，反正他们就是海里个人可能不习惯那种，他就说反正就一堆人围了一圈啊，然后彼此送花呀，然后说一些好听的话呀，然后说愿你平安啊，就是类似这种，他个人就觉得这种很无趣的人，他觉得很不喜欢这样子。
I don't even remember anything about that whole day except standing in that big circle outside and waiting while each person handed this stupid flower to the next person, and it had to go all the way around the group, and just thinking, what the hell am I doing here?
他跟你说他对那天的事情都什么都不记得，他只记得大家站在一大圈，然后递一朵花，一个递花这样子。他觉得他当时就想说，我在这边到底在干什么这样子。
But my friends, well, we didn't stay friends after that trip, but we no, they had a wonderful experience. They loved it.
他说他的朋友就是很喜欢，就是他个人不喜欢这样子。
But they couldn't stand the idea that I didn't like it so much. They got so mad at me that it really kind of ended our friendship.
他说在那次旅程之后，他们的友谊也就结束了，因为他说他们的朋友不能了解，也不能类似原谅，说为什么你不喜欢这种活动。
And I was like, no, if you liked it, that's great. I'm glad for I said to them, I think I'm the only one who didn't like it. Everyone seemed to have a good time. That's great. But you asked me how I felt about it. I just told you that it wasn't really as we say in English, it wasn't my cup of tea. You know that expression, right? It wasn't my cup of tea. I didn't know why they were so mad at me. They were so mad at me. We never really recovered.
他基本上就是说，他们朋友就是不能够了解为什么他不喜欢。然后海里就是说，从他的出发点，他觉得你们喜欢没有关系啊， 我也很替你们高兴，你们喜欢这个活动啊，可是就不是我的菜，就类似不是我的菜啊，然后他们就是不能了解这样子，他们就非常非常生气。
And then I won't tell you the story, but and then I made another mistake. I went to a women's Urantia retreat. I'd never been to a women's anything in my life, and I'll never go to another women's anything in my life. But it was women's Urantia, and it was about maybe 8 women or so, and we all went and stayed at this place in a beach resort town, a little house. I hated it. I just hated it. And I'll tell you that story next time.
然后他之后也参加一个就是专门女性的一种类似进修聚会的度假村这样子。他说他绝对不会再去任何一次了。他说他就是非常非常不喜欢。不过他说他以后再告诉你的故事。
Not a good experience. But some of the women probably, most of them all loved it. It's just wasn't for me.
他说大部分人都很喜欢，就是不是他的 style， 不是他的菜，对不对？
Okay, so we were reading paper 107, The Origin and Nature of Thought Adjusters. Do you have that access to that?
Yes, I think so. I can share. Let me see.
Yeah, because I don't need to share because I'm not showing the video. So
yeah, I can share. So 我们现在要回去讨论这个思想调整者的章节了。我来分享一下画面。
Eric， 你要是很累了，我可以接一下。我找到我的备用手机了。
谁 ？Ricky 吗？
Yeah， 是我。我那主要用的手机找不到了，所以你们今天早上大概找我也找不到。我现在用另外一个手机上线了。对，抱歉。
不会。
你要是还可以，你就继续，我就听下去。
没关系，你也可以。我可以休息。哎。Heidi, do you need to take a break or you can continue?
No, I can read, but thank you.
你休息一下，要不然我来分享。
好，那你来弄一下好了。
Does anyone else want to take a break?
No, Ricky is joined. So Ricky joined. So Ricky, Ricky, you cannot share, right? So I can.
I can. You can give me the co-host.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, because I don't need it. Yeah.
Okay, let me.
Actually, if maybe Eric, you might need a little break from translating. If you
want, I will just give the control to Ricky. Let me do it right now.
If you guys, let me just say, if you guys start on section 2, classification of adjusters, and start reading it, then I will take a break and I'll go make my coffee.
Yeah. So Ricky, you have a control, right?
You got that?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Number 2, section 2, classification of thought.
Yeah, you go ahead, Heidi.
OK， 所以海底就是我们先念一下，然后他去弄咖啡。那所以 Ricky 就先交给你咯。
OK， 我来试一下。对，我可以 share 屏幕。好的。Enable access.我来，大家看得到我的手机吗？我在分享屏幕。来，还醒着的伙伴来给个回馈，看得到吗？我是没办法开那个 camera， 但是 share 屏幕应该是可以的，看得到吗？ OK， 好的，谢谢。好的，谢谢。那你们哪位伙伴跟我一块儿读？他是不是 Heidi 说我们可以先读？我们可以先读哈，我得有一个伙伴跟我一块儿读。上一次读完1，现在要读2了。来，我要大一下啊，大一下。我们是先读中文哈，来，大了啊，来，哪个伙伴来读中文？我读左边英文，或者是你读英文，我读中文都行。不要打呢，因为我要是分享屏幕，我就看不见你们聊天，你们要直接的开麦说话。那没有人跟我读，那我来读吧，我就读中文，然后读左边英文，咱就把这个时间利用起来，等一下 Heidi 的 break。107篇第2部分是调整者的分类。调整者作为初始类实体，也就是存有，而被个体化，所有调整者都注定要成为解放的、融合的或人格化的告诫者。我们知道思想调整者有7个类别，尽管我们并不完全理解这些分类，我们经常提到的是以下不同的类别。1、初始类调整者，即那些在其初始任务中，在进化候选人心智中为永恒续存而服务的调整者。神秘告诫者在神圣本质上是永恒统一的。当他们第一次从神之圣都 Divinity 出去时，他们在经验性上也是统一的。随后的经验性差异是在宇宙侍奉中所获实际经验的结果。高级类调整者，即那些在世界中与意志受造物一起服务过1个或多个季节的调整者，在那里，时间受造物的身份和第3本源与中心之地方宇宙显化之灵的个体化部分之间发生了最终的融合。然后在第3类了。至高类调整者，即那些在进化世界的实践冒险中服务过，但其人类伙伴由于某种原因拒绝了永恒的续存，以及那些后来被分配到其他进化世界的其他凡人中去冒险的调整者。一个至高类的调整者虽然不比一个初始类调整者更神圣，但他有更多的经验，可以在人类心智中做一些经验不足的调整者无法做到的事情。然后是第4类了吧，消失类调整者。当我们追踪神秘告诫者生涯的工作中，这里出现了一个中断，有一个第4阶段的服务我们还不确定。莫基瑟德告诉我们，第4阶段的调整者被分配到独立的任务中，在宇宙中漫游。单独使者倾向于相信他们是与第1本源与中心合二为一，享受着与上父本人令人耳目一新的交往时期。调整者完全有可能在主宇宙中漫游，同时与无所不在的上父融为一体。在下一类是解放的调整者，即那些已经从为进化领域之凡人的时间服务中永远解放出来的神秘告诫者。 他们有什么功能我们不知道。在第7类融合类调整者、终局者，即那些已经与超级宇宙的扬升受造物融为一体的调整者。他们是天堂终局者团队中时间扬升者的永恒伙伴。思想调整者通常会与时间的扬升凡人融合，并与这些幸存的凡人一起登记进出扬升者之都。他们跟随扬升存有的进程，在与扬升进化灵魂融合后，调整者似乎从宇宙的绝对存在层次转换到与扬升人格的功能关联的有限经验层次，在保留所有存在性神圣本质之特征的同时，一个融合后的调整者与一个续存凡人的扬升生涯不可分割地联系在一起。海蒂回来了没？没有，我继续把这一节读完。人格化的调整者，即那些曾与化身的天堂之子一起服务的调整者，以及许多在凡人内住期间取得不同寻常的成就，但其对象拒绝续存的调整者。我们有理由相信，这些调整者是根据其服务的超级宇宙之亘古常在者的建议而人格化的。这些神秘的神之片段有很多分类方式，根据宇宙服务，根据在个体凡人内住的成功程度，甚至根据融合凡人候选者的种族血统。这是7类那个调整者，7类调整者。海蒂回来的话，你们告诉我一声哈。
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, so I already read through the Chinese part of, section 2, classification of adjuster.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So I just want to, I'm not going to reread the whole thing. I'm just going to read the
Yeah.
very top, the very, very first part. Adjuster, for my own self. Adjusters are individualized as virgin entities adjusters are individuated as virgin entities, and all are destined to become either liberated, fused, or personalized. Oh, okay, they're individuated as virgin entities. So they start off as virgin entities. And all are destined to become, and then all are destined to become either liberated, fused, or personalized monitors. We understand that there are 7 orders of thought adjusters, although we did not altogether comprehend these divisions. We often refer to the different orders as follows. Okay, and you read about the different divisions.
Yes, the 7 categories.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Virgin, advanced, supreme, vanished, liberated, fused, and personalized. Okay, and 1 second. Those serving on their initial assignment in the minds of evolutionary candidates for eternal survival are eternally uniform. They are also uniform in experiential nature as they first go out for subsequent. Yeah, so they start off all. This is what I said last session. They start off all the same. They're uniform, but as they accumulate experience, that's what differentiates them.
这就是我上一次说到的，当那个思想调整者出来服务的时候，他们是一致的，因为在经验性方面还没有差异。
This is interesting that they say that so we all know virgin adjusters are the adjusters that come fresh from Divinington. I don't know how much time they spend on Divinington before they leave for their first assignment, but those are the ones who just come. I'm just trying to figure out if there's any way we can know, which classification we have in us. I don't think there's a way of knowing.
Yeah. 他说他不知道初始类调整者他们在就是被分配任务去为永恒续存而服务之前，在神之圣都待了多久。但是在初始类调整者来说，在经验性上面，他们在没有分配到具体的这个服务的任务之前，经验性上是统一的。
So the advanced adjusters, this is odd. This is odd that it says the advanced adjusters are those who have served one or more seasons with will creatures on worlds where the final fusion takes place. And everyone here knows what the fusion is by now, right?
他就问大家现在是不是都理解了什么叫融合啊？这个融合这个地方就是思想调整者跟他服务的个体之间发生最终的融合，就是成为一，就不会再分开了啊，这个叫融合 fusion。
Ricky, I forgot to say hi, Ricky.
Hi, yeah, I can't turn on the camera, so but anyway, I found my spare phone, so I can't find my major phone. So if people try to find me today, they couldn't find me. But I got a spare phone, so I can log on Zoom.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Eric did a great job once again. Eric did a great job filling in for you. So he's
yeah.
He's another rock star. We've got 2 rock star translators now.
Yeah, good. Yes, yeah, we have 3 in the team, so we can cover each other. Yeah, great.
So this is interesting that it says number 2, advanced adjusters, those who have served 1 or more seasons with will creatures on worlds where the does everyone here know what fusion is by now, where when you fuse with your adjuster usually on the Maranta worlds? Does everyone know that?
那个大家是不是都理解了融合是什么意思？你要是不了解，可以直接开麦。如果了解的话，我就是回给海迪说大家都了解了。
Well, just for people who might be listening to this someday who haven't heard the other sessions, just very briefly, our thought adjuster is a fragment of God that lives inside each one of us, and eventually, not on this world, very rarely on this world, but eventually on the next world or the next world, or within at some point, we fuse with that adjuster and we become one person. That fragment of God and our mind fuse and become one. And from then on, we're just one being, and we are sort of like semi-godlike. We have a much more stronger divine presence in each of us. And so you can just
say他就是又简单的介绍了一下这个融合哈，就是就是我们每个人里边都有神的片段住在我们里边啊，那就是说你在这一世的末尾啊，或者下一世或者哪一世，反正就是未来的某一世，你就跟你的思想调整者永远的融合了，你就是里边我们就是成为一个半神的一个存在，我们就是相当于我们的心智就跟那个神结合在一起，然后这时候这种的融合，这个思想调整者 跟我们就不分开了。那个这种过程，这种现象就称为一种 fusion， 就叫融合。
Now we also talked
So
about.
Heidi, I have one question.
Sure.
Yeah.
So after fused, what happened to this pre-personal?
Well, this is the very, very tricky part. The Urantia book explains that the adjuster is pre-personal because when it fuses, it has our personality. We have personality. It's a gift of God. We have it from when we were born, or certainly from when we're born. So we have personality. The adjuster is pre-personal because once we fuse, it becomes part of our personality. There aren't two competing personalities in each of us. There's just one personality. There's the divinity and personality, two different things.
Eric 问了一个问题哈，那就是说，因为预言下之书当中呢是说这个思想调整者是准人格的啊，然后呢就是 Heidi 就解释说为什么是准人格，因为他思想调整跟我们融合之后呢，就采用的是我们的人格。那我们的人格在我们出生的时候就是给予的。那么融合之后，那个神性就跟我们的人格采用了我们的人格所以说思想调整者是 pre-personal 准人格的，所以不会是有两个人格在我们里边打架啊。
So now the thought adjuster become what? Become personal, become a personality.
Okay, so this is why I say it a little differently than the book, because it's so confusing. The reason the Urantia book says, this is my interpretation. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. I think the reason the Urantia book calls thought adjusters pre-personal is because when they fuse with us, from then on, they have our personality. They become one with us and we are personality. So they don't have a different competing personality. They take our personality. Like you think of it like identity. They take our identity. Okay. They definitely take more than our identity. They take our personality too, but I don't want to confuse things. So I think what's confusing is the word pre-personal, right? Because that's a hard thing to understand. But what they mean is it's pre-personal because they take there'll only ever be one personality in this marriage. It's not going to be a marriage of two personalities. It's going to be a marriage of divinity, pure God, and personality. Every person has a personality. That a thought adjuster is not a person, is a God. It's a fragment of God, different. Now, another way. Okay, you can translate.
Okay, yeah. 他就说那个神性和人性的结合啊，在这个里边只有一个人性，一个 personality。那么当真正的真正的融合之后，为什么叫 pre-personal？ 因为神性它就让位于人性，那就是从那个人格的角度来讲，或者从身份的角度来讲，那么神格就让位我们原来的人格，就是我们的人格是那个，所以就是那个神格不会去抢了你的人格它是这样的一个关系。
Personality never changes. It's the only thing about us that is changeless. Our personalities, we use personality different here on Urantia, right? We think of it as our character, our taste. I like spaghetti, you like fish. I'm very loud and boisterous. You're very quiet and withdrawn. We think of these as personalities. That's not necessarily personality. Those are character traits. Those can change. I might suffer a horrible crisis in my life, and I might not be loud and boisterous anymore. I might be very quiet for the next 10 years. that I'm still the same personality. It's the part of me that does not change. My sense of humor will probably stay pretty much the same. My faith, my like when you go, like I can cut my hair and dye my hair in age 50 years, and you can start talking to me and run into me in Japan, and you'll recognize who I am. That's my personality. Even though everything about me might have changed, I might gain 50 pounds. I may age 50 years, but when I start talking, you'll know it's me, because there's only one of me. And that's what makes each of us as a personality. Each of us is unique. It's like our fingerprint on
OK， 他就说那玉苒厦之书当中的人格跟我们这个就是说在地球上我们用的那个词的人格吧，就不是一回事啊。我们通常文化当中用的人格指的是你的品格呀，你的品味呀，那个你是内向的外向的，你喜欢啥不喜欢啥那个。但是这些东西其实都可以随时改变的，有可能比如说我经历过很多人生的挑战，我可能原来很外向，现在变得有点内向了或者是我这个染了头发或者50岁，我说那个就是体重长了50磅，这些都是在改变。但是呢，比如我在日本，你还是能认出来我还是Heidi，就是说我的人格就是像一个那个手印指纹手印一样的，是不改变的这个是那个这个东西，它是指的是我们存有一个特性，一个永远的存在的一个独特性。这个是玉苒厦之书当中揭示的人格的概念。好的。
So we're a person with a personality. Every person has a personality. That's what makes you a person. If you don't have a personality, you're not a person. If you are a person, you have a personality. So we already have a thought adjuster in us. It's not that different. When we fuse, it just means they'll never leave us. And we're kind of thinking with one mind instead of stopping, shutting off my mind, listening to my thought adjuster. It's more automatic. But it'll take millions and millions and millions of years to become a spirit and to become more godlike and perfect. We won't be perfect gods the minute we fuse with it'll just be a much stronger connection. But Eric, another way of thinking, okay, I'll let you translate that. And then
他就是每个人他就是都有这个人格嘛，那就是说我们完全的跟思想调整者融合，那么就是说神的意志就成为我的意志，我不用在那儿有的时候矛盾犹豫说是采用神的这个意见啦，还是我自己的头脑的意见呢？你就没有这种的矛盾冲突了是这样的，只是就是说你做决定的时候非常的清晰这个，但是你这个人格是永远存在的。Okay.
Eric, I think what they're trying to tell you is the essence of who you are, your Ericness, the Ericness of you, the thing that makes you, that's not going to change at all. You're going to be Eric. You're just going to be Eric plus Eric, even more Eric. You're going to be like the true Eric, without all the crazy, without all the stuff you don't want as part of, but your personality is not going to change at all. You will change as an entity. Your character might change, your how you feel inside, but your personality will never change. Now, there's one more way of looking at it, and this has helped me, and then I'll let you translate that.
Okay. 他就说指的 Eric， 你比如说你 Eric， 你永远都是一个 Eric， 你都是一个这个存有，你这个人格就一直存在的，而只是说你跟这样调整融合之后，你就更是你自己那个而不是剥夺了你人格的独特性你更是你自己。 那个叫 Eric Plus， 就是更高升级版本的那个 Eric， 但是 Eric 这个人格就是一直在的，你跟神融合了，你还是在的。
So God is a person. So a fragment of God, they're saying, is pre-personal because it's one day going to be us, part of our person. But I don't really think it's pre-personal. I think if it's a fragment of God, it has to have God's personality. If God is a person, God has to have some kind of personality. But I think God doesn't really have personality. I think God is personality. So I think every one of our personalities in all of the universes is a part of God's personality. That each one of us is part of God's enormous personality. So when they, yes, see, so it's different. So when they say pre-personal, I don't think it's literal. I think that's the best way they thought they could say it to not confuse us. But I think what they're really meaning is all personal. God is so complete as a personality that you can't even differentiate his personality from any of ours because we're all part of him. Does that make any sense at all?
I think I got what you mean. Yeah, and but later if that part can be strictly translated into English, that would be best. But I can try my best to convey what you are talking about.
Okay.
他就说这个神你不能他是一个人格，但是他这个人格他是不能够分的，他不能分的，或者说他说 pre-personal 这个词它是有一点歧义，有可能引起一种歧义。他说应该是 all personality， 就是说上帝是代表或者就是所有的人格的啊。那么相当于就是说实际上我们这个人格实际上也是神的一部分啊。然后呢所以这是这个思想调整跟我们融合之后，我们更能够活出彰显那个自己真正的人格，那么其实那个也都是神的一部分。所以这个是我对他这段话的理解。Okay.
So Eric, we already feel our thought. We're all aware of our thought adjusters. We would feel very empty if they left us. So you already have this in you. We're used to it, but it's not. All of our thought adjusters have the same personality. That's the point. They're all God's personality. So we don't really differentiate it. When you in a way it's neutral. Is not really competing with ours, but in a way it's just everything. It's beyond personality, and so think of it like when you merge with your thought adjuster, all that it would do, I would think is enhance your personality, because now you have a piece of God that's all personality fused with your personality.
Yeah, I kind of get it, but I will still need to
listen. It's not easy. I don't get it. I mean, how can you get any of this?
yeah, because the Urantia book say explicitly like thought adjuster are not personality. You mentioned explicitly in the book. So
no, it doesn't say. It never says not personality. It says pre-personal, which is not.
You mentioned, I think we will read in the 10771, it says thought adjuster are not personality.
Okay.
But we will read later, but we.
Okay. Well, because they don't have, when God gives us his fragment, those individual portions of God do not have individual personalities. They're not people. That's what so they're not personalities. But that doesn't mean, but it is God, and God is a person.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think
you see what I mean? And so it's it's very, very hard to, and this is my interpretation, I could be wrong, but I just don't see how it could have no personality and be
Uh-huh.
God. But I understand it doesn't have an individual personality. It's just God. And all of us have the same fragment. So it's the same for all of us, whatever it is. But I think you could think of it like a personality enhancer, you know, when you fuse.
对，
It's going to add something, but it's not going to change who we are.
Yeah. 就是他就是说，你总的来讲呢，你就是要把它想成它是来加强你的人格的啊，是那个而不是跟你来竞争的，就是这个思想调整者对你是一个更提升你的人格的，对，使我们更像神嘛，那最后都活出来神是神的，我们是神的人格的一部分，就完全让我们的人格反映的是神格，那么就是这样的一种融合。对，不是一个竞争的关系。好的 ，OK。
Okay, so I mean, you know, we'll talk about it more, but I think that's
Yeah, I kind of little bit confused about one or more who have served, you know, advanced adjuster, those who have served one or more seasons with will creators on wells. Those seasons, that means the different lives for the same personality. So they can be like in this physical world, and then they are in numerous Marantia worlds. So one life is one season. Is that what here means?
which one which one are they talking about? The
Oh.
supreme?
Yes, advanced.
Advanced. Okay, those who have served one or more seasons with will creatures on worlds where I think they mean lives, a lifetime of a will creature with will creatures on worlds where but this is interesting because on worlds where the final fusion takes place between the identity of the creature of time and an individualized portion of the spirit of the local universe manifestation of the third source and center. So remember, we've talked about this. There are spirit fused mortals, sun fused mortals, and father fused. We are the father fused. So the thought adjuster is a fragment of the father, but not all mortal beings will merge with a thought adjuster. Some merge with the spirit of the creative mother spirit. So they're spirit fused, and so it says here, an advanced adjuster is someone who has lived in a creature on a world where the mortal is going to be spirit fused. So that's interesting that even though that mortal will not fuse, isn't supposed to fuse with that adjuster, won't even have the choice, they will fuse with a fragment of the infinite spirit when they fuse. So it's interesting though that they lived their first life on a planet with a father fragment and not a fragment of the infinite spirit. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I seems to a little bit confused. So those advanced adjuster, they have served the role of adjuster, and then they didn't actually finally fused with the individual they served. They actually choose to fuse with the third source.
They're not hold on. There are three kinds of mortals: father fused, son fused, and spirit fused. You don't have a choice. So these spirit fused beings, if we have a choice whether to fuse or not, we have a choice to choose eternal survival or not, but we don't have a choice who we're going to fuse, it's designated ahead of time what type of being we are, who we can fuse with. I'll let you translate that before I go on.
他说呢，就是有跟上父融合的，跟上子融合的，还有跟上灵融合的。那么就是我们要选择一个，或者是不是已经就是说命定你要跟哪一个就是这个三个本源当中哪一个去融合？他在继续解释。Okay.
So this surprises me that because I forgot this, but that a spirit fused mortal, someone who is designated to fuse with a fragment of the infinite spirit. It's really the local mother creative spirit, but same thing. They don't have a choice, but they're going to live their life with a thought adjuster, their first life on the planet with a thought adjuster, a father fragment, just like us. That's odd. That's odd to me. I would think you'd live your first life with the one you're going to fuse with, but apparently not, because it's saying that the advanced adjusters have served on one or more seasons, so some once or more than once, with creatures who are going to fuse with the third source and center. That's the infinite spirit. That's what it says right there.
Yeah.
So and Ricky, it also implies that that's a step they have to go through. So before they live a life in a mortal like us that has potential father fusing, they have to live a life in a type of mortal that is going to fuse with the infinite spirit. So they know it's a temporary union. They know when that mortal dies, they're not going to live with them anymore. Let's see, let me see. Sort of more seasons on worlds where the final fusion takes place between. So you're right. Maybe they might go with them to the next world, to the Marancha world. We don't know if it's just their first world or not, but we know that they know they're not going to fuse with that person. They're going to eventually leave them. They're like gaining experience. The thought adjuster's gaining experience, and the mortal that they're inhabiting is having a father fragment in them, but they're going to merge with the infinite spirit fragment. It's strange. I don't understand it, but that's what it says.
I
mean, I don't know why. I understand what they're saying. I don't know why it works that way, but that's the way it says it works. Do you get this? Am I making this clear?
No, but
No, you're not. Okay, this part's clear. There are three kinds of
yes, there is three parts. Yeah,
three kinds of mortals, and we all every mortal has fusions. If we're going to choose eternal survival, we're going to fuse with something. Okay.
就是我们要达到永久的续存，肯定要跟那个三位一体哈，那三个当中的某一个要融合。Okay.
The point of being mortal is to end up being godlike and being perfect and meeting God. And in order to do that, you have to fuse with either a son fragment, a infinite spirit fragment, or a father fragment.
对，就是圣父、圣子、圣灵都要至少跟其中一个要达到一种融合，跟他们的片段。
We Urantians are, if and when we choose eternal survival, we will fuse with a father fragment. And in our case, it will be the same one that's in us now, in our first life.
那么在我们这个预染下的凡人，我们也想达到永久续存呢，就是要跟上父的片段，我们里边的思想调整者要融合。
But that's not true for all mortals from all worlds.
他说，那对其他的那个世界的凡人来说，不一定是这样子的。
There are mortals on other worlds who have a thought adjuster, a father fragment in their life, now their first life, maybe on a Morancha world too, but they will not fuse with that father fragment ever.
那
Not
其他的
supposed to.
对其他的世界的那个凡人，有可能他们只是那一世啊，跟那个上父的片段融合啊，其他的事也许不是这样子的。
Those people are going to fuse with either a sun fragment. Well, forget the sun fragment. Those people are going to fuse with a fragment of the infinite spirit.
这个就是他们就是最终是与无限之灵的片段融合的。
So what happens to the father fragment who's been living in them before they fuse with the infinite spirit? They go back to Divinington. They when their time is finished with that mortal, maybe because that mortal chooses not to survive, or maybe they choose to survive, but they fuse with an infinite spirit fragment. So the father fragment goes back to Divinington. Now Divinington is the home for the thought adjusters, the planet on Paradise where the thought adjusters, it's like their headquarters, Divinington.
Right.
It's where they come from. It's where they come. Well, you read that. They all come from there.
那对这部分人来说，那么这思想调整者就离开了这个凡人，然后他们就又回到这个神之圣都啊，就是思想调整者所来的那个地方。
Now, when those fragments go back to Divinington, they're not virgin adjusters anymore. Now they have lived in a spirit fused mortal, a potential spirit fused mortal. Whether that mortal survived or not doesn't matter. They may have chosen eternal survival. They may no longer exist, but that father fragment goes back to Divinington, and now they're considered an advanced adjuster.
对，那这些的回去的，就是他们就不是初始类的了，因为他们长了服务一个或多个季节了啊，就是所以他们是比较有经验的了。
And those mortals, we don't know how, it doesn't tell us, but those mortals who choose to survive are going to be spirit fused mortals. They're not going to be associated with that same adjuster ever again. That adjuster is going to go live in someone else like you or me.
对，那就是说选择续存的那些的个体，他们是决定要跟那个无限之灵去融合的，那么就原来住在他们里边的思想调整者呢，就可以去服务其他的人了。
Now, if we, never mind, that's too, I'm gonna confuse you if I say this, I won't say it. Okay, so hang on a second. Supreme adjusters, those monitors that have served in the adventure of time and evolutionary worlds, but whose human partners for some reason declined eternal survival, and those that have been subsequently assigned to other adventures in other mortals on other evolving worlds. Wait, those, okay, who's all right, those that have served it on, but whose humans didn't survive, and those who have been subsequently on to other adventures on other mortals on other evolving worlds, a supreme adjuster, though no more divine than a virgin, has more experience, can do things in the human mind which are less experienced. Okay, so a supreme adjuster is either someone who has already lived in a father fused, in a potential father fused person like us, but that person chose not to survive. That's one thing that makes an advance. So we know what an advanced adjuster is. An advanced adjuster has lived in one of these spirit fused people and then gone back to Divinington when that person either chose not to survive or went on to fuse with their spirit. That's an advanced adjuster. Now, what happens next? Now they have another assignment. They can either go on to a mortal. Now they're an advanced adjuster. They can live in one of us, So you and I might have an advanced adjuster, and we might choose not to survive. Then they go back to Divinington. Now they're a supreme adjuster. That's one scenario.
嗯哼，对，那个他就说那个do you mean the supreme adjuster are the already advanced adjuster?
So
So they have to be advanced first, and then they
yeah,
become supreme just because our partner, the partner refused to survive, so they have to go back.
yeah.
That-
Once. So we might have supreme adjusters, or we might have advanced adjusters, but we don't have virgin adjusters, because virgin adjusters go to spirit fused mortals to become, that's what it says, to become advanced adjusters. They live in a spirit fused mortal for a time, and then they go back to Divinington if that being chooses not to survive, or is now ready to survive with a spirit. But it's a temporary union. So they go and they live in a spirit fused being, and then they go back to Divinington. That's an advanced. That's what we just talked about. Advanced. Now, what's their next assignment? Well, they could come live in one of us. So you and I might have an advanced adjuster. That it might be their first time in a mortal being, and we might who has father fusion potential, right? We're father fused beings.
Yeah.
So an advanced adjuster can come and live in us, and we may fuse with it. That's one scenario.
Yes. 他就说哈，那个，基本上来讲，像我们都是说要跟上父融合的这种，那么就是那些的至高类的调整者就有可能进到我们这边，然后呢，帮助我们进化。
So once they're given the assignment to live in us, whether we choose to survive or not, there is supreme there. This could be this. I don't want to criticize the Urantia book, but this could be more clear. but there, because it says here, those monitors that observed in the adventure of time and evolution, but whose human partners for some reason declined. That's one scenario, right? So one scenario is an advanced adjuster. Let's take it one step at a time.
OK， 那么如果这个人类伙伴拒绝续存呢，永恒的续存呢，那么这一类的调整者就成为至高类的调整者。
First scenario.
这是第一个发生的情况，是他合格为至高类调整者。
An advanced adjuster who had already lived in an advanced adjuster is an adjuster who already lived a life in a spirit fusion person. They go back to Divinington. They get their next assignment to come and live in a father fusion person, and that person doesn't fuse with, rejects survival, ceases to exist, does not fuse. Now they go back to Divinington. Now they're a supreme adjuster. That's one scenario. Is that too much? Is that too much?
对，就是他这些调整者呢，他们先跟那个无限之灵融合了的那些的先跟他们几个季节，大概获得了一些经验嘛，然后呢，再到去进化世界呢，去跟那些的要跟上父融合的这些的凡人当中去跟他们去结合，然后又得到一些的经验。那就是相当于一步一步的，他的经验就越来越丰富了嘛。Yeah, OK.
their assignment, when they're assigned to you, let's say this is your adjuster. He's advanced. He lived his first life in a spirit fusion person, went back to Divinington, is assigned to Ricky. He wants you to fuse with him. He wants you to choose survival, but you might not. Well, you will. Ricky will. But let's say you don't. Then he goes back to Divinington. They always go back to Divinington. And now he's called a supreme adjuster because he has that experience of having lived in someone who didn't survive, but could have fused with him, but didn't. The first assignment, that he can't fuse with his spirit fusion person. Not supposed to fuse with them. He's just on a temporary assignment, living in a mortal being. In the second assignment, you can fuse with him, and he's trying to influence you two, but you might not. So now he goes back to Divinington. He's called a supreme adjuster at that point. That's one scenario.
对，他就说那你就是本来就是你是有这个潜力，到时候跟这个是至高类调整者融合的，但是呢，你由于某种原因你拒绝了这个，那么他再回去的时候，他就成为一个至高类调整者。
Now this is very vague, but it says those who a supreme adjuster has served in a father fused person who chooses not to survive, fine, or here's a second scenario, and those that have been subsequently assigned to other adventures in other mortals on other evolving worlds. So that's very vague. What does that mean? Well, maybe it's someone who does survive, someone who's going to fuse with them. They're living in you right now, and you are going to fuse, but you haven't fused yet. But that would be a supreme adjuster, but it's very vague. It says those who have said other adventures in other mortals on other worlds. That's very vague. So it probably means sun fusion, right? There are mortals who are going to be sun fused. It might be serving in them. So it doesn't really say, but basically.
No, I think, it doesn't matter. It's just, kind of different evolutionary world. It's just that you rejected, or I rejected, and then the thought just won't be wasted. So he is going to be reassigned to other evolutionary worlds.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. That's true. He will be assigned again, but it says it's not the first scenario is that you choose not to survive. So he's a supreme adjuster. Now he's a supreme adjuster. He goes back to Divinington. But it says, or, it doesn't say, it says and. So a supreme adjuster is either someone who's lived in someone who didn't survive, and those that have that are on and those and other adventures on other mortals on other worlds. So other adventures on other mortals on other worlds. So
the question here right now is like, is the two scenario or just one scenario, and both need to be made?
I think it's end, Heidi. It's end. So you
need
have
to decline, and then you be reassigned. So it's only one scenario. There are no two scenario.
It's one scenario.
Okay. Let me think about what you're saying. Okay. So that have served in the adventure, but those partners for some reason gone, and I see what you're saying. Yeah. And those that have been subsequently assigned to other adventures and other mortals on other evolving world. I don't know. To me, that's very confusing, but it just means
because it mentions subsequently. So should have some relation to the previous sentence.
Yeah, it's one, right? It's one story.
Yeah. Subsequently assigned to other. Yeah. Other adventures in other mortals, another evolvement. Okay, so basically, not those who rejected, right? After that, subsequently, to other mortals on other worlds. So okay. So basically, you're not. Okay, I get it. So you're not coming back to the same world. You're going to go back. Your person is going to reject survival, and you're going to subsequently be assigned to another world on another world.
Recycle. It's recycle.
Yes,
Recycle.
yes. I get it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So that's it. So once you've lived in another being that either declined survival, but what if you're assigned to a being who I get it. If you're assigned to I'm sorry about this confusion. This book's not so easy. If you're I'm going to blame it on the book. If an advanced adjuster is assigned to a person like us, a father fusion candidate on a world, and we don't reject survival, it's still an advanced adjuster. It's not a supreme yet. A supreme would be someone who went back to Divinington after they declined survival and then maybe was subsequent. Then they're supreme already, and then they're subsequently assigned to another being, and they're still supreme. That's what's the difference. So if you don't reject survival, and your adjuster just lived in a spirit fused, and this is your first, then you have an advanced adjuster. If your adjuster has been in another model who rejected survival, and now there's on another world, and now they're assigned to you, that's a supreme. That's a supreme adjuster.
Right. Yeah, that's the difference.
Right. Now we all get it.
Yeah.
All right, I have to try to get this guy to stop barking. Why are you barking? Hold on. Why are you barking?
所以 Ricky 那个另一个问题就是说，你这个 Virgin Adjuster 不能直接到我们身上吗？一定要经过 Advanced Adjuster 吗？
好像是。
可是书中没有提到吧？书中有提到吗？好像没有讲到啊。
没有，这不就是吗？这不就这一章，不是这一节，不就是专门介绍这几类调整者？
说分类啊，可是他没有讲说你一定要经过 Virgin， 不能够直接到变 Supreme 吗？
不行，好像这就是按阶段来的。这个几个
我是说
类别。
书中有没有提到？我的意思是说书中有提到说不行吗？我还没有看到书中哪里说不行呢。
第一章107章就是刚刚开始介绍思想调整者呀，这是第一篇 paper 介绍这个的呀，所以这不就是？
我的意思是说，目前没有提到说一定要经过 advanced 才能变成 supreme？
它要这样的，你不信你再往下看，你再往下看，
先往下看再说好了。
对，你看至高类的下边之后呢，你看消失类调整者嘛，在我们追踪神秘告诫者生涯的工作中，这里出现了一个中断，有一个第4阶段的服务，你看看它是按阶段分的嘛，我们还不确定。莫吉斯的告诉我，阶段调整。
这个我知道，这个 stage 我知道它是这个阶段，只是我说书中好像没有明显特别提出来说一定不行。我知道他有 stage 这个英文在这里，可是我的意思只说我没有看到书中有提到不能够就对了。Anyway， 我们可以先让 Haley 继续。
Yeah.
What do you? Well, I thought we all understood it. What was that all about?
Yeah. We are, Eric just confused that. Oh, okay. The book didn't mention that virgin adjuster cannot be assigned to assist us. But my taking about this category is that it's categorized by stage. That's why at the fourth paragraph about the vanished adjuster, it is said this is the fourth is fourth stage adjuster. The vanished one is the fourth stage adjuster. So that this makes me think that the above three, from virgin to advanced to supreme adjuster, they are kind of according to stage. So it seems like we human mortals are only served by the supreme adjuster, because that's the one that we can be with, and then we can choose eternal survival.
Yeah,
So
but when I read this, I don't the last time I read this many times. The last time I read it, it made perfect sense. This is the first time I've ever read this where it was confusing to me. But so it says virgin adjusters, those serving in their initial assignment in the minds of evolutionary genders for eternal survival. Mystery minds are eternal. They are also uniform. You could have a virgin adjuster, because it doesn't say they have to only be in spirit fused or sun fused. So you can have a virgin, you can have an advanced, which is someone who's already lived one life, at least one life, because there's one or more seasons with will creatures on worlds. So you can have a virgin, you can have an advanced, they've lived in a spirit fused, and you can have an as supreme.
Okay. So then Erica is correct. Then we can. But I assume that we can be served by different category of thought adjuster that based on our soul evolution stage. But if we are at this life, we are ready to gain eternal survival. We are going to be absolutely served by the supreme adjuster, because all others may not have that experience to serve us well, to help us attend the final fusion.
No, because that's not, it can't work that way, because that wouldn't be fair. It doesn't say anywhere like your chances of surviving are better with a more, the only thing it does say is that it says right here in the supreme adjusters, a supreme adjuster, though no more divine than a virgin monitor, has had more experience, can do things in the human mind which a less experienced adjuster could not do. So I mean, I agree with you that there's an advantage to having a supreme adjuster, definitely. But I wouldn't say that your chances of survival are much greater, because that wouldn't be fair.
No, that's not about fair. It is about, if you have to assign a college teacher to a kindergarten, if you are a kindergartner, you are at a very primitive stage of evolution. Even you are assigned by advanced teacher, you won't get much. You are not able to get what he is going to teach.
Yes. They definitely match adjusters to
right. Yes.
Without question. Like, and if like Leonardo da Vinci, right? The greatest artist that ever lived, probably. I'm sure he had a supreme adjuster. Okay, because he wasn't just a great artist, he was also a multi-talented genius in 10 other fields. So
otherwise the instruction or the guidance of the thought adjuster may not be permit that personality at all. Right.
Well, it wouldn't be they want each person to reach their full potential.
Yes.
So they're going to give them the adjuster that will help them do that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So no one's going to be gypped or limited by their adjuster. But some people
that also raise another question, that whether or not we only have one life in this physical world, because obviously our evolution, the degree of evolution may not be the same. we are not evolved in the same degree or ready to be progressed to the Mauritian world, everyone.
No, the different, there's absolutely no way that we come back to this planet for a second life. Get that out of your head. Nowhere in this book we go on to the Marancha world if we go anywhere. This is our first life. But what you're saying, there are different stages of civilization. So primitive human beings from a very primitive civilization will definitely get virgin adjusters unless they're some exceptional, like maybe Andon and Fanta, if they even had adjusters. I think they did, but they, you know what I'm saying? So in that sense, most primitive beings don't even get adjusters. It's not even worth having one. They're so primitive. But as civilization advances, you have more and more spiritual capacity in one sense. In another sense, it's very individualistic. There's always been very spiritual people in every age. But when we reach light, when the planet reaches light and life, everyone has more spiritual potential, right? And they live to be 500, and they all believe in God, and they worship in a big temples to God, worship places, temples, God temples. So in that sense, yes, your soul would have different capacity, but not because you've lived previous lives. There's two things that would influence that. The culture and civilization of the planet you're born into will influence you, and your own individual innate capacity. Like if you come from, like a lot of people who have psychic abilities and stuff, they come from a whole family with them. Their grandparents had them, or their great grandparent, you know. Same with highly spiritual people, highly intelligent. A lot of it's in your genes, your capacities.
I think we haven't translated for long times. Maybe Ricky want to summarize something.
Definitely remind me. You don't have to wait that long. You can tell me anytime, because I forget.
对，我有疑惑在这里，我就认为是不是还是那个，因为个人本来的那个接受程度，那你比如说，如果我们的进化程度只在幼儿园那个分配给你一个大学老师教你，你也没有办法学到东西，因为你根本没有办法跟他交流或者理解他的这种教导。那么我就又回到一个疑问，那么是不是人的进化是真的是需要轮回多次的学习来得到，然后才能进化。然后Heidi 讲的我也不是太get 他的意思是什么。Eric 你觉得你 get 到什么他刚才讲的？
他只是强调，就是书中没有提到你会再回来就这样子，他只是说对他其实最大的重点就在这个地方。然后其他
他说人类进化程度是会不同啊，那原始人有可能什么方达那个，可是安东和方达那个时候他们是好像那时候已经有思想调整者了，是吧？
他说他也不确定，他说他要再查一下，到底他们有没有思想调整者。
对啊，那我是认为这个对吧？然后他就说呢，现在慢慢的更多的人他就会就是已经承认神的存在，也敬拜神，那么实际上就可以派一些比较高等的这种的调整者来帮助人选择永恒的续存。那原始人的时候有可能根本就不值得去派任何的。可是人类的进化难道不就是因为散了思想调整，然后慢慢的才会往光与爱的这个方向来吗？就是因为人有思想调整者的一步一步的引导，才往这个更高级的进化层次来的吗？那
所以我觉得我们暂时不用去讨论这个轮回，因为他就强调没有轮回嘛。然后你说，我觉得我们现在首先第一步是认清说这个初始类调整者是可以到我们这边来嘛，对不对？这是第一个先确定的嘛。
初始类的就是很有可能它不会续存了，对，它一般都不会续存。
没有，我是说初始类会到我们地球来嘛？这是第一个，我们先要确定这一点嘛，因为这是我们最原始的问题。
他说是的，对，他好像没有反对你的这个。
对，因为我觉得我们可以先注意到，先面对这个思想调整这个分类的这个问题，其他的可以之后再讨论。
对，之后 OK Heidi, so can we progress to the fourth category, vanished adjusters?
Okay, here occurs a break in our original follow. There's a fourth stage of service about which we are not sure. The Melchizedeks teach that the fourth stage adjusters are on detached assignments roaming the universe. The solitary messengers are inclined to believe, and you know that remember, this was written by a solitary messenger. So when he says the solitary messengers are inclined to believe, he's saying we are my group.
他就说你要这个就是这第四部分消失类调整者嘛，他就说是因为单独使者写的这些的篇章嘛，那么他们就这个作者代表单独使者在这儿就是说那个发表一些他们的意见。
So the fourth group is they're just nobody knows where they are. They're either wandering around the universe or they're having a little visit with God. Excuse, I don't want to say their father because they are God, but it's so hard to understand how like a thought adjuster could go and visit with God when it's a part of God. But I mean, I guess it's a fragment of God, but it's no longer. It'll never again be connected to that source. It'll always be a separate entity, even though it's pure God.
虽然思想调整者也是神哈，是神的一部分，但是分开之后就是成为单独的。那么可是这个地方他说倾向于单独使者相信他们是与第一本源与中心合二为一，还享受着与上父本人令人耳目一新的交往时期。或者你看你可能在漫游嘛，在主宇宙漫游。
Maybe some adjusters, like if they're in like 2 or 3 people in a row who reject survival, they go off on assignment, they take a break, they go back to the Father, they're given an assignment out in the universe, and that they just take a break from there. I mean, it must be pretty disappointing for them.
Yeah, 或者他就是说服务的人格呢，就是你不想续存了，那么他们就离开了嘛，离开了就回到本源了嘛。对他们来说当然是很失望的，但是他们就是尊重人的自由意志，就是离开了嘛。
Okay, and we don't know the liberated adjusters. Nope, they don't know what. They're no longer. You read about the liberated and the fused.
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah.
这是第五类是解放的调整者，就是那些已经从为进化领域之凡人的时间服务中永远解放出来的神秘调整者。那么他们解放出来了，干啥地的，就是单独使者也不知道。
They follow the course of ascending beings upon fusion with descending. It appears that the adjusters translates from the absolute excellence of universe to the finite ascending while retaining all the character of the. So after they fuse, now I just read about the fused. So after they fuse, they never go back to Divinington, their home. From then on, they're just ascending beings.
Divinington.
Yeah.
对，第六类就是融合类的嘛，就是终局者，凡人中就成为凡人终局者的一个部分了。 然后呢，他们就跟这些终局者这些的伙伴一起呢，就是进出扬升者之都他们就不回他们的 divinity 神之圣都就相当于你跟这个就成为一部分，成为他的一部分了，两个变一个了。
So yeah, Ascendington is our Divinington, right? Each order, each type of being has their own paradise home where they eventually will be like their headquarters for each type of being. And ours is, we will go to Ascendington. And once they fuse with us, once they fuse with us, they're ascenders. That's what it's saying. They're no longer descending beings, they're ascending beings, but they no longer will go to Divinington, which is kind of too bad, because it means that we can never go to Divinington. And one of the funniest things in the whole book is that there's this strange mandate that I can't remember where it is in the book. Eric, I do remember that you're going to this is going to be translated, but there's this strange mandate that
I think
what?
I think following you are mentioned the 1073.4, those three mandate.
Well, I don't see, my book doesn't have those numbers, so I just have sections.
Okay.
I have 107. I like section 6 would be fused adjusters. No,
Yes.
Section 2, classification of adjusters,
Yes.
and then I have 1 to 7. But I have I don't have those other numbers like the Bible. But I'm talking about a line in the book where it says, "Never land on the shores of Divinington." Did you remember reading that, Eric?
Yeah. That's in I think just we will read very soon in the
Oh,
section
okay.
3.
Because it is so funny. It is such a funny thing for them to say. First of all, why would you go there if you're not allowed? You know what I mean? You're not a thought adjuster. It's their world. Why would you? Like, I mean, and what about all the other places? I mean, is that the only place in the whole universe you're not allowed to stay? It's very funny. It's very funny. It's like they want to really make sure you know you're not allowed to go there. Okay.
OK， 海底就是说每一类存有都还有他们自己的天堂之家。那么这个思想调整者的天堂之家就是 Divinington 神之圣都嘛。那我们凡人的天堂之家就叫扬升者之都然后呢，就是那个前面大概是104，是不是曾经跟艾瑞克一起读过？就是有一个警戒，就是说永远不要靠近神之圣都，有这个告诫，不要靠近神之圣都的海岸。那就是
我在那个聊天室 I put a sentence in the chat room.
OK, good. 就是大概这都是对，这个是谁也不会去搞到神之圣都反正 anyway 这个是玉苒厦之书当中这么说的。那反正是这样，调整者如果跟我们就融合之后，那就跟着我们，他就不回娘家了，他就跟着我们。
I see it, Eric. It's right in the next. Yeah, sorry. Never attempt a landing on the shores of Divinington. You put that line in the chat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's such a funny thing. It is such a.
他说很有趣，海蒂认为这非常有趣。对。所以呢，就是相当于融合后的调整者与一个续存凡人的扬升生涯不可分割的联系在一起。你嫁到婆家了，我的话你嫁到婆家跟婆家同生死共命运了，死后也要埋在这个夫家的坟里了，就这个就是永远融合了。
What are you laughing at, Ricky?
I'm just making. I said that this is Ricky said. I said if you are married with if you are a woman, you're married with a man, you are going to eternally belong to that family. You are no longer allowed to go back to your mom's home.
Oh. But it says that it actually says that this is although we know something of all 7 secret spheres of paradise, we know less of Divinington than of the others. Beings of high spiritual orders receive only 3 divine injunctions. So it's not just mortals with thought adjusters, it's beings of high spiritual orders. So it's not just us, it's other very high beings also are not allowed to land there.
Oh.
Right? And that would probably include us when we're very high spiritual beings too. So in that sense, you're right. Like you can't go back home. You're out. Do not come back here. Even if you're, were once a thought adjuster, but
Right.
Other beings can't either. But there's only 3 things they're told. Respect your elders, be nice to your juniors, and never land on the shores of Divinington. Like, do not go there.
That was very funny. When I read one, I was just also amazed by what kind of injunctions.
Yeah, like it's like what? I mean, why would you even need a law? Like hey, it's off limits. I mean, you're probably like you would think they'd have such a system set up that you couldn't land there without permission. You can't just go wherever you want in the universe. You make plans, you make reservations, people transport you, it's not like, hey, I think I'll just sneak over to Divinington today, it's just so funny. Never attempt. See, it doesn't even say don't go there. Never attempt a landing. Like you probably wouldn't even be successful if you did.
You are going to evaporate.
You're gonna what? You're gonna regret it.
Evaporate. Become a vapor. You're going to disappear, because the frequency.
It might be the last thing you ever attempt to do. They're real serious about that. They're very serious.
Yes.
Do not even think about going to Divinington. My sister and I, we used to always joke and go, never attempt to land on the shores of Divinington.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't go there. Oh, don't attempt a landing.
Yeah.
Oh God. So fused adjusters are become one with us, and have become one with the ascending creatures, the eternity partners of time, fused ascending mortals of time, and with such surviving mortals, they are registered. Yeah, so they're registered on ascending. Okay. Now personalized adjusters they're the guys, the adjusters who have served with the incarnated paradise sons. But that's strange to me, because I thought that when Jesus was here, he didn't have a thought adjuster, that he actually had a personalized adjuster with him. So we'll have to check that when we read the Jesus papers, because I was under the impression that his adjuster was already personalized and was just here with him. But maybe that was just him. Maybe because the creator sons only have. Okay, I should let you translate.
这最高级的这个叫人格化的调整者嘛，对，那就是还得就是在猜想，这个耶稣在人世服务的时候，是不是他就是被一个人格化的调整者所服务。
So the creator sons, the order of Michael, the Michael sons, who are the creators and rulers of the local universes, they have 7 bestowals, and their last bestowal is as a mortal on a mortal planet, born as a baby, and they grow up, and they're always a male, by the way.
他就说到这个造物 造物之子呢，就是麦克系列的造物之子，他们就是需要经历7次赠予嘛，第7次都是要到一个凡人的世界，从一个小 baby 开始出生，然后慢慢长大，这是作为他们第7次赠予的服务方式。
But there are also, there's another order of sons that are like similar to the Michael sons, but they're not creators of universes or rulers of universes, but they work with the Michael sons, and they're called the Avenal sons, and they also have bestowals on planets as mortals of the realm, and they're born as babies and they grow up, but every single planet in the universe has a bestowal of a son, a higher being, either an Avenal or a Michael.
他就说另外的还有一类，它不像麦克系列这个造物之子，他要创造宇宙、统治宇宙、地方宇宙，他就叫 Avenal 那类，他们大概好像没有分配这个任务。
So we're just the lucky planet, because in every local universe of, roughly 10 million inhabited planets, only one will have the actual creator son as their bestowal son.
可是有1000万星球，大概才有一个这个造物之子在他们的星球上来出生，作为一个凡人来出生，所以我们玉苒厦这个星球是比较幸运的。
That's why we're so famous in Nebadon, in the local universe of Nebadon. Urantia is so famous.
这是为什么？就是我们的地方宇宙内巴顿地方宇宙会这么著名，在地方宇宙当中会这么著名。
We're like Jerusalem or Mecca, or the pyramids of Egypt. Somewhere in Nebadon that everyone in the whole local universe knows this one planet.
我们就像这个麦加呀，像耶路撒冷一样，是一个圣都了那个地位在。
But the Avenal sons do like have a wonderful incarnation. In each bestowal son, whether it's Avenal or Michael, lives an extraordinary life and has a great spiritual influence on the planet.
不管是 Avenal 系列的还是 Michael 系列的，这个什么就是神之子，都是给不管他们在哪一个星球出生，都是给那个星球带来很大的影响。
So when they say here on number 7, personalized adjusters, those who have served with the incarnated paradise sons, they mean the paradise sons could be Avenals or Michaels.
他说这里边第7类人格化的调整者，说曾与化身的天堂之子一起服务的调整者，这里的天堂之子有可能是 Avenal， 也有可能是 Michael。
And I seem to remember that Jesus had a personalized adjuster. I may be wrong about that, but maybe Avenal sons have regular thought adjusters, and creator sons have personalized adjusters, or something like that. Possibly, we'll find out.
他说有可能只有造物之子像耶稣这一类的，他才能够被分配一个人格化的调整者。Avenal那一系列，没有造物的这个职责的，可能不一定被分配这个，他还要去研究一下。
And it says so the personalized adjusters. Okay, note the word personalized. It means they do have personality. They're never going to fuse with the mortal. They're liberated from that assignment. Now they become an adjuster person. Now they have personality. That's why they're no longer pre-personal. Now they're called personalized adjusters.
他说这一类调整者他就是具有人格的，他不是那种准人格的，他们已经从其他的任务当中解放出来了。那么他们是可以是一个人格。
So they either served with an incarnated paradise son, which would be a bestowal son, or you can say that because the other, yeah.
他说这些人格化的调整者有可能是帮助这些赠予之子呢完成他们的任务。
Or they have achieved unusual distinction during the mortal indwelling, but their subject rejected survival. That's very, very interesting, right? So how
对，他就说第二句就是说，就是除了这个服务于天堂之子之外呢，还有第二句说，以及许多在凡人内住期间取得不同寻常的成就，但是呢，其对象又拒绝续存的调整者。OK。
That can Eric or Ricky or anyone else, can you even imagine such a scenario? Like I can't even imagine such a scenario where the adjuster would achieve unusual distinction, but then the mortal would reject survival. Can you come up with such a example for me?
他就问了大家，就是说你能够举出一个例子吗？就是说在凡人内住期间取得不同寻常的成就，但是呢，这样的凡人却拒绝续存。那你能不能想出有这样的一个例子呢？ I'm confused.
Eric, can you imagine something like that?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine.
Someone like Buddha, like he just want to help the world so much. He has
but you think he rejected survival?
He just want to stay. I don't know.
You can't stay. You can't stay.
You cannot.
No option. You either survive for eternity or you get blown out like a candle. You're no longer. You can't just sit on a lotus in India for the rest of your life. Yeah, you're gonna die.
Yeah, then I don't know.
这个也许不的，也许是佛呀，他就是不想在那个到下一个世界，他就想留在这个世界来继续服务。那么海里就说，那不可能的，这个你或者是往上走，或者你就被吹像蜡烛一样吹灭，不可能有其他的出路。
Maybe I don't know about this. Here's I'm just going to put it out there. Maybe someone achieved some incredible things that helped the planet, but they just didn't have any faith. They were just not very spiritual, and when it came time to when they had a choice to survive, they just weren't interested. But meantime, the thought adjuster works very hard with the best part of them to do really important things in life. Do you think maybe that could be such a thing? Maybe.
我说有没有这一类的人，他可能比如说对凡人世界做出了巨大的贡献呢？在思想调整者的协助下，但是呢，最终他们来讲，他们还是不想继续进化。
I've noticed that most people who do great things in the world seem to believe in God. I've noticed that. I do the research, I look it up, and I usually find that they had not necessarily a strong belief or a clear belief. Sometimes it's just a very vague belief, but they usually did believe in some higher power or some kind of creator at the very least. The people who achieve great things in the world, but not all of them.
对世界做出重大贡献的人，他们往往就是说， 不管是模模糊糊的还是比较明显的，他们几乎都是相信神或者相信一种超自然的力量。几乎吧，他说。
Or maybe someone had faith and they did great things in their life with their thought adjuster's help, and then something happened to them where some kind of tragedy maybe, where they lost their faith completely and turned against God and just became a horrible person, or got filled with resentment and hatred or something like that, or you know what I mean, got so angry at God because their wife died, their kid died,
或者是他本来是很优秀的很有成就的，但是遇到一些的挫折，重大的挫折，他是对神的一个信仰，然后呢反而就是神非常的抱怨，然后呢就是反对，只是这些都是海蒂的猜测。
Yeah, maybe they became, they became bitter and resentful, and then they degenerated, and by the time they were given the choice to survive, they were too bitter and too hateful.
对，就是他们心里面充满了苦毒。对，当给他们给机会让你继续续存往上走的时候，他们甚至就能够拒绝。
I don't know, that's all I can think of. It seems like a very strange situation, but
非常奇怪，怎么会这种情况发生？就是取得不同寻常的成就，但是呢又拒绝续存。他就是想到，就是猜有这些的可能吧。
Or maybe it says unusual distinction. Maybe do you think maybe a thought adjuster can influence other people through you? Like maybe they had a broader effect on like a whole group of people, or through the power of that one person, but that person rejected survival, but they still had a very positive effect on people around them.
或者是一个影响力大的人，那么他对周围的人会产生影响，就是他的思想的意识的形态、意识的取向影响周围的人。他不选择续存，那么周围的也可能不一定选择续存。
So those are some maybe some other people can come up with other possibilities, because that's a very mysterious classification.
或者其他人有其他的什么想法，这个非常神秘的这个东西，这个现象。
How a thought adjuster can achieve a kind of success and dishonor and distinction of service, and yet the candidate rejects survival. That's a strange dichotomy.
对，他说这个是非常的，怎么能帮助他取得那么大的成绩，到最后他还是 it's kind of mimics the marriage. In marriage, some one party might be very faithful and do all the work and make a major contribution, but still the other party does not love him or her. They decide to divorce. Nothing wrong with the diligent party, but just the other one has no interest. The marriage cannot continue.
Yes, I think that explains part of it, but how would they achieve unusual distinction? They don't say tried really hard. They don't say a thought adjuster who tried really, really hard, worked really hard, but the mortal rejected survival.
Yeah, but
They're saying,
I think this phenomena, reflect fully the free will, how free will is respected. You know, the God respect our free will, the mortal being free will so much that he cannot force the mortal being to accept his fusion at any stage of the evolution. So before the final fusion, you always have the right or freedom to decide whether to accept him or not.
Yeah, you can translate that before I reply.
Yes. 我就说，这个也是充分的体现了，就是我们的自由意志是被神所尊重的。神不能在任何的一个阶段，即使我们已经进化到很高的阶段，不能，但是他也不能够说他来逼迫我们接受他，跟他融合。我们在任何的进化的发展阶段都可以决定说，我现在停止，我不想融合啊。我们有这样的存在，是更证明了神对我们自由意志的一个尊重。好的 ，OK。
It also underscores the fact that no matter how advanced or experienced your thought adjuster is, doesn't guarantee that you will choose survival.
这也是强调了一点，就是不管我们的思想调整者有多么的高级，那都不能够保证我们的最终的续存。
The next paragraph is kind of interesting too. It says, there are many ways in which these mysterious God fragments can be classified according to universe assignment, by the measure of success in the indwelling of an individual mortal, or even by the racial ancestry of the mortal candidate for fusion.
最后一段，这一节最后一段也很有意思哈，这些神秘的神之片段有很多分类方式，根据宇宙服务任务，根据在个体凡人内住的成功程度，甚至根据融合凡人候选者的种族血统。Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. I believe that I don't know about all six, I think there's 6 races here. I don't know about all of the races, the secondary and primary, but definitely the primary races, the yellow, blue, and red. I'm pretty sure that those appear on every or almost every mortal planet. Definitely I would say pretty definitely every mortal planet with father fusion candidates, because some of these planets have like water breathers and they don't even breathe air, and I don't think they're father fusion candidates. Those mortals, I think they become spirit fused or sun fused, because they're so different. But what I'm saying is that these races don't seem to just be a Urantia thing, the colored races, and the thought adjusters, the fact that they would be classified by the racial ancestry of the mortal candidate for fusion is very strange. But they've mentioned a few other things in the book, and I know that you have to translate this, but they've mentioned a few other things in the book that also imply that the races that they operate differently, in other words, if a thought adjuster were in a red person on planet X, and that person chose not to survive, and then they were assigned to Urantia, they'd be in another red person, because they already have experience with that kind of mind. They see a real difference in how they work with the different races. They build up experience with races. That's what this is saying here. But it says it other places too. That's why I'm saying this.
Yes, the last part, what you said, one person assigned to the red on one planet, may also be assigned to the red race on another planet because he already gained the experience working with the red race.
I'm almost positive that's how it works. And
But
that's
how
what
can
this
you
is saying.
how can a thought adjuster gain different experience working with different races then?
It doesn't need it.
Oh, doesn't need it. Okay, he just need to sharpen the skill.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
along one direction. Okay.
Yeah, his goal is just to fuse with
Yeah.
one person. He's not trying to live in a lot of different people.
Oh, I see. Yes, got it. 他说这个最后这个关于种族的为什么还要思想调整者哈，这个还要以凡人候选者的种族血统这么强调，然后实际上他说这个种族可能并不一定光指的是月亮下上面的6个种族，那也不光是这个最后剩下的这3个主要的种族，什么黄色还有蓝色、红色人种他说有可能在其他的凡人世界，那么这个样貌甚至就不一样嘛，也有可能有一些的星球上面大概那个智慧生物都不一定呼吸空气这个种族的概念我们要扩大一下，对，但是呢他认为就是说就思想调整者来说，他的目的就是要找到一个凡人的个体到最后达到跟他的一个彻底的融合，那么他在一个星球上面跟一个红色的种族得到了一些经验，那么到另外一个星球有可能他还是会选择红色的种族来继续工作协助这个凡人养生，因为就思想调整者来说，他的经验对某一类人或者种族越丰富，那么他就越能够更好的协助这个个体来达到养生。好的 ，OK。
So I'm sorry, I'm sorry, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I was thinking that there is a running theme throughout the whole book that I keep coming back to because it's so vitally important, and it's why we're called the Mariagandanters, and that is that everything adverse, everything that seems like a failure always has a benefit. And here, that's another example of it. They want their person to choose survival, but if they don't, now they're more experienced adjuster, so they can be of more help to the next person. That's another example of that.
那么这个为什么我一直在学这本书的时候反复的强调我们要做快乐的坚定不移者，因为就是任何的不利的那个经历环境都是会使我们成长。你看像这些的思想调整者，他们也许选择的凡人都没有续存，也不一定续存，但是他们都可以从这些的经验当中就是获得这个帮助，在下一个个体的那个经验丰富的经验，就是使他们在帮助下一个的时候可能获得成功的几率就更大一些。那么这个是玉苒厦之书的给我的最大的启示吧，或者一个主题，就是说失败不一定是坏事。
So
Okay.
yeah. So that's something we just have to remember all the time, that well, I don't know if you have this expression. Do you have this expression in China? Every cloud has a silver lining.
Yes, we do have that. Yes.
Yeah. And
他就问说那个就是我们中文当中有没有类似的，就是说那个每一个乌云外边都有那闪亮的那个光晕光圈就是说一切的不好的事情也都有好的一面，那么就祸福相依吧，就这个意思。Yeah, we have a lot of such teachings across our cultures. Yes.
Yeah, and a modern one that people use a lot here is what doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
那么这是更现代的一个说法是说，凡是没有杀死我的都会使我更坚强，那么也是反映的同样的意思。
And we Urantians can say, even if it does kill me, it still makes me stronger.
那么我们玉染下人就会说，即使是那些杀死我的，也会使我更坚强。
because we're not afraid of death, but
因为我们不怕死。Yes, of course. Life is eternal. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's death is. The Urantia book says that when we are settled in light and life, most people will translate. They won't actually die a physical death. So many people will merge with their thought adjusters here on this planet, and that's called translating. And you go up in a burst of flames, and then you're gone. You're on the next world.
他是说，当我们在这个世界，就是说锚定在光与爱之中，可能很多人就会就是自动的转移，以转移的方式，而不是以死亡的方式来进到下一个世界。就是你在光当中啊，就是自动的就是消失了，然后转换到下一个世界，不用经历一般的死亡。
I've said this before. There was one guy in the Bible who did it. His name was Enoch, and they say when he died, there was just a burst of flames. They called it chariots of fire, and then he was gone.
那么圣经当中就有一个这样的转移的例子，就是以诺，就是人家就看到他乘着4轮的马车在火里边消失了。
And you can look it up in the encyclopedia. We've talked about this before. There is such a thing that's been documented many, many times on this planet. Not that, enough times that it's known, spontaneous human combustion. It has to be the same thing.
那么他就说你查那些的全科字典啊，大本那个什么叫什么百科全书里边就会有一些的自发自然的现象，有可能跟这个也是有关系的。
And when we get to that point, when the earth is settled in light and life, and people are translating all the time, they know they're about to translate. Somehow they know they're about to merge with their adjuster, and they have a ceremony, and everyone comes and celebrates.
那么当我们的星球锚定在光与爱当中的时候，很多人都会自己预感到这个时刻的到来，就是跟自己的思想调整者完全融合的那一刻，那么他们都可能举行一个小小的仪式来庆祝自己的这种新生。
So when you feel bad about someone's death, put it in perspective. This is how I think about it, and I'll tell you.
那么当我们想到死亡的时候呢，我们要就是采取一个新的视角看法去看待这个问题。
Like I just found out my good friend Steve Dreyer is dead.
就像我刚刚的发现我的最好的朋友导师就是 Steve Dreyer 去世了已经。那么我会这么想。
So selfishly, I'm not happy because I wanted to see him again. I wanted to call him. I wanted to talk to him. So selfishly, I'm not so happy about the fact that he's gone.
那就从自私的角度来说，我很不愿意，就是他离开了，那么我还想跟他打电话呀，跟他讲话呀。
He would have been so amused and happy about this group.
他会，如果他知道我们现在有这样一群人在学习月染下之书，他会非常非常的高兴。
But I'm very happy for him because I know that more than anyone, he will be so happy to be on the Morancha world.
对，那么另一方面，那这就是他知道他就是在宅下世界是非常幸福的，非常开心的。
So when people that I love die, I'm happy for them, but I'm not always so happy for me.
他说我爱的人，当他们死的时候，我都会为他们感到很开心，但是对我自己还没有这样。
And sometimes I'm a little worried because I'm not sure where they're going.
他说有的时候他有一些小小的疑惑，不知道自己到底会去到哪里。
I'm not sure I'm ever going to see him again.
我不太确定我能不能还能看到他。
So that's that. But it makes death, having these beliefs definitely makes death much easier to deal with.
对，如果有这些信仰，肯定就是说对死亡的这件事情会很好的，更那个的方式去处理。
But sometimes you might find yourself being so excited about the Morancha worlds and that you don't appreciate this world quite enough. I have to remind myself to just appreciate this crazy planet while I'm here. Right? I mean, that's crazy, but
对，就是有的时候你过分的向往你的下一个世界，有的时候都不会太珍赏你现在正在处的世界，因为有的时候觉得这个世界太疯狂了。
I mean, it's terrible to have a thought like, I wish I could just go right now. It's a terrible thought.
就是有时候就会淡出一些很可怕的想法哈，就心的话，我恨不能现在马上就跟思想调整者融合了。
So I have to remind myself how beautiful it is here and how I'll want to come back and I won't be able to, and all the things I'll think about and miss, and so you just have to, like, for example, there's no oceans on the Morancha worlds. There's beautiful lakes. Everything is more beautiful than you can imagine, but there's no oceans. That we'll miss these oceans.
Yeah, 那么就是在这个地球上所经历的一切，那么都是最后的经历。那么在宅下世界，大概风景也很优美啊，但是它没有海洋就是我们这个物质世界海洋这么美的那个，在宅下世界好像是没有海洋，大概是有湖吧，对，没有这么广大的海洋。
Everything's so perfect and so beautiful and perfect up there. We might miss the rough edges a little bit.
那么在这个宅下世界什么都很完美，那么有可能我们会想念稍微就是有一些困苦啊，有一些困难的这些的境况。
But in the future, when we're finalitors, we'll probably have all kinds of opportunities to go to all kinds of primitive planets and even planets with oceans.
那么将来我们终局者之后呢，我们会可能被派的任务当中会有要去到一些比较原始的地方，也许那些原始的地方也有海洋，也会有海洋。
But we may have to wait a long time before we see an ocean again.
那这样呢，我们其实要等很久很久才能够再看到海洋。
So I guess I think that's we probably don't need to read the next. I mean, it was just one little section, but do we all agree we should save 3 for next time? The Divinington Home of Adjusters.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean, because you know me, I can keep going forever.
I know, but
I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be considerate.
Yeah, otherwise Eric will be scared.
Eric will get mad at me. I'm afraid of Eric. He'll send me to the shores of Divinington.
Yes, of course.
You better translate that so they know why we're
他
laughing.
说他说那个他可以继续没有问题，但是呢，他还是到这儿停止吧。我就说啊，对你就不能得罪 Eric， 要不然的话，他说要不然的话，Eric 会把他送到神之圣都的海岸。这开玩笑。Eric 不会的，Eric won't do that.
He'll put me in a rocket ship. He'll program it. You're going
Yeah.
straight to Dominican.
对，他就说会把它放到火箭上，直接把它送到神之圣都去了。
But Ricky, you showed up just in time. Eric was just starting to get a little bit tired.
他说我的出现的正是时候，然后刚刚即使 Eric 觉得有点累了，然后我就接过来了。Yeah, bravo for me.
Timing. Perfect timing.
配合得很好。
很好，很好。I couldn't find my Zoom icon to close up the sharing. That's
Yeah.
here.
Ricky, where are you?
I'm in the forest. I got a lot of mosquito bites on my face, on my body. Well, it's horrible.
What state are you in?
I'm in Georgia.
You're in Georgia now?
Yeah.
Camping in a forest? What part of
Yeah.
Georgia? North?
It's in the middle, but in the coast near Simon Island, San Simon Island.
Oh, is that near Jekyll Island?
Yes.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. The ocean is so warm. It's so warm.
Should we turn off the recording? I think so.
Yeah, let me
Yes.
turn over.